Coming into today in the steep forested slopes, panoramic alpine views of Ljubljana-Kamnik, who have been the perfect hosts for these off-road running championships. We are awaiting the start of the races today. We are kicking things off with the elite under 20 races in our up and downhill races today. It's a 5.7 kilometre course for the under 20s. We're taking a look at it here now. And Jeff Whiteman, today, what goes up must come down.
Yes, and the weather has finally got its act together. Look at it. These are live shots from the helicopter. We are forecast 18 degrees and sunny weather at the top and bottom of the mountain. This is the ascent. We know how they can climb because we're seeing some of the athletes coming back. How can they descend on what is a relatively short course? So it will be fast and furious. I guess in a way it will resemble a biathlon or a triathlon or a multi-event competition. They all know each other from Friday as to how they ascend. Can they immediately tack on a steep back hill down run to achieve that? Every day so far we've said they've gone too early, they've gone too early. The eventual winners have taken off in the first quarter of the race. Well, it's another high-risk strategy, but we've seen it every day so far. I wonder if we'll see it again in our final 4 races from Kamnik.
Yeah, you wonder with the seniors whether that will be the tactic once again. But, Jeff, it has been the juniors which have been the closer fought races. We've seen some team tactics. We've seen early celebrations being almost pipped on the line. And it was those under-20 races on the opening day of competition on Friday morning that really sparked the expectations for what was to come. We have had, as you say, since then, 4 very strong outright winners who have led on most cases from tape to gum. We had the long race yesterday in terms of this programme, not so much long in terms of the trail racing, the more of a middle distance trail race sitting at 52 kilometres. Excellent morning of racing yesterday with some brilliant battles for the bronze and silver medal positions with our 2 outright winners well away up the road. And these are the conditions, Jeff, aren't they, that the athletes have been asking for all week?
Well, and the spectators and the organisers, because it shows off the local area absolutely beautifully. It's one of the hiking centres of Europe. It's in the Alps. Kamnik is the way that you access all of those beautiful trails. And for the first time, really, on day 3, we can see them. We can see all of them. We can see where they're starting, where they're going. The weather at the top of the mountain is going to be similar to what it is in the town centre. So we will see the host venue at its absolute finest. The way the timetable is structured is that we had uphill only races on Friday. Then they could take a rest while the ultra trail runners did their bit yesterday. And now they can come back, those that are confident enough in their descending abilities, for the up and down championships. There will be 1 or 2 people resting on their laurels. I'm looking at you, under 20 French men who had the first 4 places. 2 of that team will be back for the up and down hill, so they can only go backwards from the gold medals that they took on Friday. But we're also looking at a few people spoiling for revenge. And I'm looking at Christelle Deval in the women's race, who fell in the first step of the race on Friday and never featured. I'm looking at Scout Adkin, who took a team gold for Great Britain, but will have been disappointed with 5th place. So there's revenge on the agenda for 1 or 2 athletes as well.
Yeah, you make an excellent point there. I'd throw Julia Earle into the mix as well in these under 20 races. She took bronze but came in as the big favourite, beaten by her teammate in the end, as Germany had a great day in the under 20 race in the uphill on day 1. It is a glorious view that we are getting of Kamnik, Ljubljana. Ljubljana's just around 23 kilometres away, so we're not far out of the real centre of the capital here in Slovenia. And like Jeff says, a real access point, a gateway into the Alps, Kamnik, and has been used as that for a very long time. Lots of touristy hotspots we've seen yesterday through the trail race, plenty making their way up and down the trails, up and down the peaks here in Kamnik, and getting a front row seat for the action in the process as well. Here is the competition director.
Stari grad, vmes je Kamniška Bistrica in te glavna cesta, nekako smo tudi tu našli neke variante, tako da bo proga zanimiva in za mladince in za člane, ki tečejo 2 kroga, drugi precej težji, precej zahtevnejši. Mislim pa, da je vredna evropskega prvenstva.
Torej, kaj lahko pričakujem na gorskih tekih? Jaz iskreno v bistvu nismo tudi tako veliko trenirali za same te gorske teke, ampak smo v bistvu bolj tako spontano sem prišli bolj na to izbirno tekmo, ki je bila. Pa imamo tudi mi v treningih neke klance, pa smo nekako tudi nismo tako spet ne pripravljeni na te gorske teke, nismo pa mogoče tako vrhunsko, kakor te, ki zdaj skozi trenirajo v gorskih tekih, tako tudi zdaj jaz imam sezono večinoma na stezi, zdaj pač tečem bolj tako 800, 1500, 3000 sem imel tudi zdaj, tako da ja, pričakujem pa vse nek soliden rezultat, glede na moje rezultate na stezi bi lahko tudi ja, zelo dober rezultat naredil na samih gorskih tekih. Mogoče jaz ciljam, ne vem, okoli polovice, recimo, taki so cilji.
Jaz pričakujem čim boljši rezultat, jaz mislim, da sem kar dobro pripravljen. Se bom potrudil, kolikor lahko, da pokažem te slovenske barve. Dobro mi je tudi, ker Kamnik je dejansko moj dom. Tam treniram, tam živim in ja.
Ja, sigurno je velika odgovornost, po drugi strani pa tudi čast. Ampak ko sprejemaš tako odgovornost, se moraš že naprej zavedati in vedeti, da imaš veliko ljudi za sabo, to se pravi prostovoljcev, prvo pa seveda, kar je moja družina in pa seveda občina in Atletska zveza Slovenije. Ja, zopet poudarjam, to nam je lahko veliko čast, tle se pozna naša dolgoletna izkušnja, pa smo organizirali že toliko tekmovanj. Zopet bom pa poudaril, če ne bi bilo toliko prostovoljcev, toliko srčne volje, sigurno ne bi mogli narediti to, kar smo. Ja, res sem ponosen, da nas je pohvalila in da vidi v nas velik potencial in Evropska zveza in pa seveda Atletska zveza Slovenije, s katero zelo dobro sodelujemo. Kaj požene kri? Najbolj sigurno, če zdaj pogledamo ves tale trud ljudi, kako so zadovoljni, seveda v prvi vrsti tekmovalci, za katere smo mi tukaj in smo se res dali ves svoj trud noter, da so oni bili zadovoljni in če so tekmovalci zadovoljni, smo tudi seveda tudi mi.
These are live pictures from the town centre start, the first race coming up in just under 20 minutes from now. The two junior Slovenian athletes, or the two male Slovenian runners there, made a good point about the fact that they're not all out-and-out hill running specialists. Some of them come from a cross-country background. Some of them have even done indoor track racing this winter. And I think with regard to Julia Erle, who has the final opportunity to redeem herself after a little bit of a subpar standard performance by her on Friday in the under-20 uphill race, she knows that was absolutely the most savage uphill race you could possibly contrive. But she has done so many different disciplines over the last 12 months. She's a European cross-country medalist. She's an outstanding track athlete. And I just wonder if the levelling out, as it were, of an up and a down will give her just a realistic final shot at gold.
Yeah, she's the standout athlete, isn't she, Jeff, when you look at what she's achieved over the course of the last couple of years, and last year in particular, such a standout year, and you're so right to point out that it was in so many disciplines. The under-20 world champion in the classic race, in mountain running, she's ranked #1 in the ITRA performance index ranking for her age category, took a bronze medal in Tampere at the under-20 European Championships, performed well in Antalya the year before at the European Cross Country Championships, and she is the defending champion in this race as well, took a bronze medal. And as you say, she was the pre-race favourite, so as much as I think anyone else would be celebrating a bronze, she would maybe, you can understand if she was slightly disappointed. Here is our first row of the men's under-20 just lining up and getting into position.
They'll keep them behind those timing mats, those rubber mats that have the transponder wires across the road so that they don't trigger the timing system. The first race is due off at 9 o'clock local time, and there are 66 athletes from 20 countries. It's only 6 kilometres. So in my opinion, on the return run on this, on the downhill section, we'll see athletes moving the fastest of the whole championship, because it's short and they're crazy kids, and it is quite a pronounced downhill. So I think we'll see people bombing along at 420 mile pace, whatever that is in kilometres. The all-conquering team to look out for is the French team. They had 1, 2, 3 and 4 in the uphill only under 20 men's race on Friday. 2 of those are back, the silver medalist Yannick Memheld and the bronze medalist Oscar Fransak-Cheyrig. They will form a new trio, and we don't have any featured athletes or any walk forwards in the under 20 races, but I notice on the seeding that the organisers have listed all 4 French runners inside the top 5 names. So there's just within that Christian Suini, the youth skyrunning world champion from last July, favoured to get in amongst it. So the French have really come mob-handed for these under 20 races, and I think we expect more gold from them today, but let's see.
Yeah, you won't be
Beautiful day.
surprised. It is a gorgeous day, isn't it? And this is what we have we've been waiting for. We've had rain, extreme fog, which has caused some havoc over the course of the last 48 hours. It was a key talking point yesterday in the trail race when we got up to the plateau, up onto the plain on top of the ridge and the mountain. And of course they had to battle through it, didn't they? These under 20 athletes in the rain on that opening day with the finish line from hell. Watching those videos back again last night on the EA Running Instagram account, Jeff, just for a reminder of how steep it was. And then yesterday our trail athletes having to contend with the same finish line, but only about 15 kilometres or so into their race.
Yeah, it was it's the first ultra trail race that I've covered, and it felt like we went through 4 seasons in one day. The outcome was the same. The leaders managed to hang on, but we had mountain bikes accompanying them down slippery, muddy downhill slopes. We had them scrambling across boulders, going through that very grim finish line that was used on Friday for the uphill. And then back into the town centre to finish. It was just, they must have felt like they were literally running all day. We're now just under 15 minutes away from our first start. There are no pens for these athletes. You can see the Portuguese have decided they're going to spread themselves across 4 wide. It's only a field of 66, but every second may count in this, so they're perhaps justified in jostling a little bit.
Yeah, you can see the start time. They're still scheduled for 9 o'clock local time. You rightly say, Jeff, 15 minutes to go, and it was a very, very early team choreographed move to the start by the Portuguese and the Spaniards, who still have 15 minutes to wait. I was looking around wondering where the French were, and they're probably still making the most of going through the warm-ups.
Well, it's get your beach towel on the sun loungers early, isn't it? Because once they're down, everybody else has got to move you out the way. And if you're 4 abreast, then it could become a bit of a scrum. I don't think it matters. It's a relatively small field. They will all get away cleanly. But 1 second, you think it doesn't matter. But we had 2 dead heats in the under 20 races on Friday. One of them was contrived between the 2 leading French males holding hands as they crossed the line, so they couldn't be split. The other was actually literally a lunge for the line. Big up San Marino. Here in every category, in every race, one of the smallest nation states that is affiliated to European athletics, and they have really got behind this championship.
They have indeed, haven't they?
I can see some people with swimming pools. Can you see it? Well, they're there. The French have muscled their way to the front. They've got to stand there for 14 minutes, so there will be a few elbows, a few pushbacks. That's just to keep them behind the timing mats. They've got transponders in the back of those numbers on their fronts, and that will activate the timing, the automatic chip timing device that will enable us to track the positions and the standings around the course.
It looked like one of the organisers had something on his phone there, maybe showing some of the athletes one of the translations or something written down. Of course, there is so many different colours of vests, so many nations represented in there, and for plenty, Jeff, this could be their first time, you'd say for the majority, their first time pulling on their national vest at a competition of this size at under 20 level. Yeah. So there'll be a lot to contend with. Of course, we've got all the team management in there as well, who do an excellent job making sure all the athletes get here in one piece and leave in one piece, which is easier said than done when you've, of course, got big squads travelling over. And like we said, some very keen under 20 athletes competing, some of them for the very first time at the highest level. And well, the organisers doing a very good job to ensure there that there is a good distribution of team colours along the front line there, Jeff.
We got a few looks at Yannick Memheld. He's probably the favourite. As Ellen said, there are some experienced athletes, one or two who've run in World Skyrunner Championships, but on the whole, first national vest could be first passports for some of them because the ages are 17, 18, 19. So a lot of nerves jangling, and they've still got just over 11 minutes before the off. So they have come out early. I think when we see the senior races, they will be jogging and cruising and hydrating and staying in those tents, which have little bays for each of the teams to leave their kit, maybe get a massage, keep their drinks bottle, whereas the kids are taking full advantage of their big moment, but they will be there for a while. Fortunately, the weather's on their side.
Well, it's the same start line that we saw yesterday in the town centre, Jeff, so it'll be a while before they hit the real uphill. How much like a cross-country start do you expect this to be, because it is so flat through the early stages in terms of that pushing and shoving, people darting off the front?
Well, we have seen a faller in the women's uphill. Poor old Christelle Duval got clipped on the front row. Yes, there'll be twists and turns, and this is an impetuous age group. They'll get lots of instructions about standing back, not going before the gun. Team management will have said, take it easy in the opening stages, and they don't listen to any of that. The adrenaline rush overrides the whole thing. So it will be like a 5K track race or a cross-country race. They will go off at absolutely full tilt. It should be quite wild to watch, actually.
And think about it, still 11 minutes they've got to wait before that gun goes off. The nervous energy will be jangling around. They're all packed in there, aren't they? There's some later arrivals. They probably think that they're on time. But late to the start line party, as you see some of those still warming up, a couple going off the back and going through their strides, which could be a wise move here. Of course, it is better weather than we saw yesterday, but you need to make sure with these races, Jeff, don't you, the constant change of terrain, the unstable conditions underfoot at times when they're going over the rocks. We expect it will be slightly drier up there than what we saw yesterday. The hills really hadn't had an opportunity to dry out with the high humidity. Here's a look at the weather today. Clear and sunny, 16 degrees, a perfect way to end the championships. But they will need to make sure that they're all warmed up, Jeff, and going through their standard processes ahead of this race, those change of conditions, those change of surfaces underfoot. You want to make sure you're fully prepared for anything that the trails are going to throw at your ankles.
These are the views we'll be getting from the lead truck. So that's our cameraman there, who will follow them as far as he can until the trails narrow right down. There is good support in the town centre. There will be great support on the trails. There's a cable car that goes up to certain parts of the course. There are drivable bits, but mostly the spirit of this thing is to watch it. That's what you walk up. So people will have set off an hour or two ago to get to a nice vantage point, and they'll be rewarded by the best day weather-wise of the championship so far. If you were here before Ellen and I came on air, you'll have seen pictures of the medal ceremonies. The day one medal ceremonies were pushed back because of the bad weather. So we've had a lot of ceremonies yesterday and today. A lot of emotion. They put a lot into the events, especially those uphill monster climbs at the end. The 4 hours in the saddle yesterday. And they kept their game faces on, but the emotion does all come out when they get the national flags at the end of the race, and especially I noticed at the ceremonies. It was some of the most emotional gold medalists that I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's one of those gold medals, Jeff, isn't it? I don't think any gold medal comes easily, but when you have to battle with 52 kilometres to get the gold medal hung around your neck, it is one that doesn't come easy at all. They really had to fight yesterday for the medals. Of course, we had the 2 runaway winners and 2 brilliant battles then for the medal positions behind them. We also spotted as well, they get presented with a small mammoth trophy as well.
Small mammoth.
Seems like a bit of an oxymoron there, doesn't it? But a cutout, a really beautifully engraved mammoth, a trophy that all the athletes get given as well as a memory of their time here in Kamnik. We're not too far away from where a mammoth was discovered, where they were trying to redig and lay some ground down for a new road and a bridge, I believe. And there is now an area called Mammoth Bridge, which is a regular venue for school trips as the youth of Kamnik go out to see what was dug up on that day. And now the mammoth, of course, the mascot here for these European Athletics Off-Road Running Championships, and we will, I'm sure, see the mammoth out and about. There's Tim Hickel of Germany. We saw a sign just a second ago that said Tim, and it was written out in the German colours. Easy to identify that it is for him because he is the only German on the start line, Jeff.
Yeah. I'm blaming the Portuguese for this because they were lined up about 20 minutes before the start. Everybody else was triggered by that, so they all started lining up. The older athletes will be lining up about now. These have been stood here for 15 minutes. They can't push out in front because the timing mats are on the ground. They can't go back because they'll lose their place. So they've just been stood there. Although if you're supporters, family, friends of any of these athletes, well, they've maximised their value of their time in the sun, haven't they?
They have indeed, and well, you can see the organisers have done a really good job here, haven't they, Jeff? Because you can see now everyone is lined up pretty much one behind each other in their team colours. You can see that deep green of Ireland just sort of lurking at the back, but the Portuguese have really not reaped the rewards, and you can say the same about the Spaniards as well for getting out there early, because now everyone has been given an opportunity, and it's good to see the nations like Germany, those who only have 1 or 2 runners, being supported by the organising staff here, because it's very easy to be bullied on these start lines, isn't it? And particularly if you're coming from a nation that doesn't have the key representation in terms of the numbers to get to the front, you can easily find yourself boxed out.
I would say though, and the evidence of the last 2 days perhaps supports this, that this spirit of hill running that we've talked about, it is a very friendly, there were lots of hugs and embraces at the finish and supporting the athletes that follow. It is essentially the most brutal conditions that you're going to have to contest. So everybody has that shared goal of getting up the hill, in this case getting back down it, and there is a nice spirit. But just watch them knock each other for 6 in this opening charge. We're about just under 4 minutes away from our first start of day 3.
Yeah, there is a lot of camaraderie, isn't there? And there's a lot of respect, and I think that's so evident, isn't it, in the senior athletes. They all have so much respect for each other and also for the terrain, the hills, the mountains. They understand that it is such a challenging event to compete in, particularly when you get up to the sky running level and you're clambering through high altitude, really thin air, and you have really unstable conditions. And it is something that we'll see later on. Naomi Lang going for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. She says you do need a bit of a screw loose to compete at the real top level and travel around the world competing. And of course these athletes very much on the early part of their journey, and for many still trying to figure out what they might specialise in when they go through, maybe after their education, what events they're wanting to focus in, and what a great opportunity for them to give trail running and mountain running a real go here in Slovenia.
And one thing that we saw yesterday, which I doubt will be repeated today, is that both of the senior winners in the ultra trail race were looking behind as they came into the closing stages. Were looking behind to see if there was someone close to, or whether they could be caught before they took their flag. And in both cases, they won by over 5 minutes. There was no one anywhere near them. But in a hill race, in a mountain race, and by the way, it's called different things in different parts of the world: hill, mountain, fell in England. Lots of names for what's facing these guys. you don't get the same transmission of information about how the team is doing, what the gaps are like, and how far behind you the next person is. You just have to run scared a bit.
There is a real beautiful sort of rawness, though, isn't there, in that, though, Jeff? And I'm sure particularly for a lot of the senior athletes, look at Laura Hortenroth of Germany in particular. She's got off to the Olympic Games, competing in 2024 in the marathon. She's off to Birmingham this summer. And I'm sure that lack of communication that she'll get when she's out on the trails is somewhat freeing in a way in comparison to the real intensity and what some might call the over-analytical side of track and road running these days.
Yeah, they do still start their watches, all of them, but it's not as meaningful as it would be in a track or a road race in terms of distance covered. But there's all sorts of other things, not least uploading it to their personal accounts afterwards, because if it's not uploaded there, it didn't happen.
Absolutely.
These are the cool kids at the back. They're not worried about jostling. They will get going as they need to. So Bulgarian athletes taking full advantage of hydrating. It's a second we're talking about here. That's all. Lurking at the back or standing at the front for 25 minutes. You make your choices. That's not the favoured Italian athlete. I haven't seen him yet on the start line. Christian Sweeney, the three French that are favourites for the team medals. Yannick Mehmed, Oscar Kransak-Cheyrig, and John Batista Diaz Ramos. So now we're into the final 75 seconds of countdown before the start of day 3 at Kamnik. Good luck, everybody. Yeah, 1 minute. So they have been very patient. They haven't had a push out. They have been stood stock still, adrenaline almost up to their eyebrow levels. And we will see a bit of a rock and roll start here from these teenage athletes. It's their last chance. It's their first chance for some of them. A few of them, I would guess about a third of the field raced on Friday. Others have waited all 3 days of the championships for this opportunity. Running in national colours, many of them for the first time, and it is a short race, relatively speaking. 6 kilometres, 20 countries, 66 athletes. And we don't do a countdown for these guys. They'll just hear the gun and then they go.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3. On your mark.
Well, there was a countdown going on in the background. You could see them all twitching and, oh, there is somebody gone down. Oh, dear. And it was one of the guys with the cap in the front, one of the Spaniards. It looks like he's got up and is running.
Well, you just wince, don't you?
Yeah, it's the age group. I don't think there's anything wrong with the width of the start or the surface. It is just the recklessness of youth. Somebody will have just clipped him from behind, or he will have caught an elbow. And they've gone out. If you were looking at this and not knowing the distance, you would think they were doing an 800-metre race on the track. It's just how you are as a teenager. All of the advice, all of the maturity that comes with being an athlete in your 20s is still ahead of them. This is just pure adrenaline rush. Looks like I can see him bottom. He's only about 5 from back, but the guy with the cap and the white singlet has got back up, I think. So hopefully no damage done. Might even get a replay of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we do. It's one of those almost inevitabilities we felt. I think if they had an opportunity, I'm sure. I wonder whether there was some timing with the Portuguese and Spanish athletes going to the front. I wonder if they, given the opportunity, I wonder if they would have played it a little bit differently, although Portugal do have 3 of their 4 still right at the front, so maybe it has paid off their tactics of getting there nice and early, and Spain well represented as well.
Beach towel, sun lounger running from the Portuguese. It's worked. They are carrying the green, and look, they're right in the centre. When we got those overhead shots, just look at the speed that the lead camera truck is going. It's absolutely full throttle. There'll only be a few hundred metres in the town centre before they make their way up onto the trails. We can see the leading British athlete is Ewan Busfield, and I think he is the leader. But look at the speed the truck is going out front. The runners, it's all relative to each other, but when you look at the speed that vehicle is going, you realise they are absolutely hammering this, and they're well strung out. We've only been running 2 minutes. There's a clock in the top left-hand corner of the screen. It's only going to be perhaps a 25-minute race or thereabouts. So one of the shortest races of the whole weekend, and it will be one of the quickest speeds that we'll see on the descent. Ingels of Netherlands. There are no mountains in Netherlands, so we've seen them flourish early in the preceding 2 days for Netherlands, but actually just fade away a little bit. They'll have to do a lot of their training outside of Netherlands or on steppers or stairwells and things like that. There are no high points in Netherlands that would constitute a hill or a mountain. It's 3 to score in the team event. So it looks as though Switzerland are packing well, Portugal packing well. The French, who won the under-20 uphill, are lurking back in about 12th, 13th. There are 2 athletes in French colours. But this is an early surge from Ewan Busfield of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Now the hills begin and the trails begin to narrow.
Yes, Turkey, you have all 4 of their athletes right there between around 3rd down to 5th, all moving together. And just look how quickly that incline, the gradient has stepped up, and it is a run off the front at the moment for Busfield. Just take a look over his shoulder, sees where he is in comparison to the rest of the field. Really feeling like, at least in the early stages, it's a good day for his legs, but it is so steep already.
Well, I just got a sight of Yannick Memheld there. He's at the moment outside the top 20. Remember, this is a game of 2 halves. They will climb like this to the high point of the course, and then they'll come back to the finish line, back down here. And it's the first time we've seen the up and down format. It is 2 different sets of muscles, a different physiology, and you've got to transition very quickly in a race of 6K to full-on downhill mode. It's not necessarily going to be the best climber that wins. It's not necessarily going to be the best descender that wins. It's like a decathlon or a heptathlon. It's the best blend of the 2. Here's the replay. Let's watch for the fall. I think it's right in the centre left, maybe even the guy with the cap from Italy. Yeah. Trying to get back up quickly. I know people running into the back of him, but I think he was okay. His reactions were to get up immediately, so he might have bashed up knees. Here we go. He was given a lot of arm action himself, so yeah. And I don't think it. There was 5 or 6 went down. Are they all back up running? Yes, they are. Good work, fellas. So the Hungarian tactic of lurking at the back, that didn't work either, did it? Because they were the victims of that pile up in front. Everybody's back running. A second or so. What is it between friends? They're all in the race. There it is from above as well. Goodness me, it's like a bike race, isn't it?
Yeah, there's around, I think it was around 7 who hit the deck and a couple others who had to hurdle. And you're so right to point out the Hungarian team, Jeff. We thought they might have something good going at the back. Cool. We thought that might have been the best tactic, but it is actually the Portuguese who, at least for the early stages, looked like they'd come off quite well with it. As we see some of the overheads and just how beautiful are those trees glowing in the sunlight today. 16 degrees, clear and sunny. It's the forecast that everyone has been wanting to hear. And we do have an early group. It's 3 who have broken away at the early stages, just 6 minutes into this under-20 men's race. 5.7 kilometres is the loop. It's the same loop that we run by our under-20 women as well, starting and finishing in the main square of Kamnik, which sits at 380 metres above sea level. They go up 320 metres and they go back down 320 metres. It's a different picture in the senior race, where we have 3 spikes. So it's kind of up, down, up, down, up, down race. Whereas in this this under-20 race, they do just go up and come straight back down.
Well, on a day when, or a weekend when we've had waterproof jackets, how nice to see that's the Spanish supporters there on the ruined battlements. Found a nice little sun trap to support. Nice vantage point of them on the way up and on the way back. So Kamnik really showing itself off to full advantage. It's still Ewan Busfield leading for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. That team has had a really good championship. Team individual golds in the uphill for the senior men and women, and also for the women's team on Friday. So it's a good championship for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And it has been. Let's mark it down now. I know the race director was saying, let's wait until we've got day 3 out of the way. But it has been beautifully organised, this championship. Slovenia's hosted a sort of pilot version of European hill running back in 2017. It's also hosted track and field European teams competition. And this is probably the biggest so far, and they have set the gold standard for future hosts. At different points on the course, we'll have fixed cameras. On the points where it's possible, we will have buggies leading ahead from the runners. We also had some fantastic shots yesterday. I don't know if the gaps are going to be big enough for our downhill mountain bikers. I think probably it'll be too packed and too many runners in close proximity, but we had wonderful shots yesterday, a real runner's eye view of the downhill trails in the ultra trail race.
Yeah, we've had a brilliant team of camera ops who have had cameras strapped to them as they run alongside the athletes. We've had cyclists, as you mentioned, Jeff, who can't look in the direction of travel because they have to have their head camera focused on the back of the athletes who are making their way through. We are expecting a time check, intermediate time check at around 2.5 kilometres, and I don't think we can be much too far away from that, as the graphics says, expecting the athletes to come through that point relatively shortly, and then also have a time check a kilometre later at 3.5k before the finish line at 5.7 kilometres back down in the town centre, where they will be welcomed home. And here we go, our first athletes making their way through.
So Busfield has moved back into second. The back of that singlet is dark blue, but the front may be white, meaning it is a French athlete, but we'll see. And it is France. And it is Basile Astier with a short... Well, these two are starting to get away, aren't they? 10 minutes into the race, so not too far away from the halfway point. He's got a chance to orchestrate the French supporters. And that's them, by the way, with the crazy hair, the red, white and blue wigs that they're wearing. And France are coming through here. There's Italy, and there's the third French scorer. So they were, yeah, look at that on the caption bottom left. They've got 4 in 5. They were the pre-race favourites. They started in a very mature way there. They didn't get involved in that initial hurly-burly and charge. I think everybody stayed on their feet. And there are some wise heads on young shoulders here for this French junior team.
Yeah, they're reaping the rewards once again by the looks of things. Only just seen the second athlete for Great Britain and Northern Ireland come through, so unlikely to see them feature in the team picture despite having an athlete in second. Ewan Busfield of Great Britain and Northern Ireland sitting in second in a French sandwich, because as expected it is France who dominate the top 5, the top 6 of this race. It is so expected, Jeff. We spoke about it a lot yesterday in terms of the men's race, and just how when you have one team that goes out, one part of your team, one fraction of your team that goes out and competes it in the way that the junior men did for France on the opening day, it really sets a standard that then everyone wants to replicate. And of course now the weight back on the shoulders of the under-20 French team, and no surprise to see them packing out the front of the order once again.
Well, the mood in the French camp will be outstanding because they came back from day one with double gold, individual titles and team titles. And yesterday in the senior men's trail race, runaway winners and some more team medals. So they're almost trying to outdo each other in terms of success. And that's the gap between second and first. Brilliant pictures once again from our camera operative running with the leaders. Managing at the moment, remember he hasn't done 10 minutes of running to get to this point, but that's showing you look at it underfoot. So they've gone from those battlements where it was smooth tarmac to having to pick a route through this wet, muddy section with the rocks sticking up. Busfield looks like he's toiling a little bit. The leader going away very slightly. That gap, you can't always tell because the speed will have slowed down. I reckon that's a 6 or 7 second lead that he's opened up since they crested the high point on the course. And they've got to go over the log as well. Stand by, fellas. Is our cameraman going over? Multitasking with his camera. No, that's it.
I think he's
point of no return, but great pictures.
Fair to call it a day at that point, as we now see the real rest of the pack come through. It is one of the great developments, isn't it, in trail and mountain running. These camera ops who are happy to run alongside, particularly when we have the mixed start races. It's great to have these camera ops who can give us a better impression of what's going down a little bit further back in the field. And wow, just look at that. It's a great picture looking back the other way, Jeff. Really gives you an idea of the gradient here.
There are teams on the up, literally here, and there are teams drifting back. That initial charge by Turkey, you can see, I think this is one of their athletes coming towards us now. And they have just overcooked it. The two British athletes behind there, they look to be moving through the field slightly. This is meant to be the descent, but it's a mixture of everything in both directions. So it's not all up and not all down. There are little segments of everything on the way in both directions. And that is the technique that all of us would use on this section of terrain. Hands on the knees, get the centre of gravity forward, the head right down. It's tough. It is tough. And this is international level competition. One or two of these went off a bit too quickly as well. And there is an overdrawn situation. So that's where we are. France with 3 in 5. Busfield, I think that was the previous checkpoint at the top of the ramparts because he's more than 3 seconds behind now. Italy with 2 on that graphic. We'd have to go to a second page to know who might be challenging for silver and bronze. These are some of the back markers finding it tough.
Yeah, it's a real battle, isn't it? And it is always interesting to see who covers the terrain and how they do it and how smooth they look, because there is our leader, Astier, looking very, very smooth indeed as he comes over the top of this crest. What will the gap back be? It was just 3 seconds when they came through 2.5 kilometres, but it looks like the Frenchman in the lead pulling away that gap now, Jeff, way over the 2 seconds, the 3 seconds that it was at the time check, and now he's been caught by Yannick Memeld as well, who's just gliding up this incline here and looks like a very, very comfortable athlete when he's covering terrain that isn't smooth underfoot. Yannick Memeld.
Memeld took the individual silver on Friday in the uphill race. It was it was a shared win, wasn't it? It was hand in hand. So already got 1 gold and the team gold from that day. I wonder if he feels satisfied or whether he's still burning for more bling at the head of the field. There is still potentially between 5 and 10 minutes of running still to come. The majority of it downhill back to the town centre. These guys that we're looking at now will feature in the team competition. They're the 3rd scorers potentially for their teams. So they have a responsibility, even if they're going through a bad patch personally. 2 British athletes there working together. They've now split up a little bit. Slovenians will be getting plenty of support. They have the most distinctive colours of any internationally. I don't, what's the Pantone? What do we call that green, Ellen?
I wouldn't want to speculate because I am certain that it probably has a very it probably has its own name, doesn't it? I don't want to speculate because I'm sure it will have its own distinctive tone, and I would hate to get it wrong. But it's been very useful, isn't it, having that fluorescent Slovenian green through the particularly the fog that we've had over the course of the last couple of days. You can see them coming from miles off. They're almost like a beacon for the other athletes around them, the glow of the green. And today we've got the glowing green trees, thankfully, with the sun beating down on the course. It is still relatively good conditions, you'd say. It's not too hot, and particularly when they go through these shaded sections, you can see the ripple of the breeze as well through the trees. It is very, very good conditions for running in. Not too hot, but the sun is shining, and that's what the athletes have been begging for all week.
Yeah, there may be some residual muddy sections that they have to negotiate. There was a lot of rain on Friday, and many of these trails are the way that the water makes its way off the mountainside. So the sun won't bake that off quite yet. So it will be all sorts of conditions that they'll need to grip. And the next time we see the leaders, and it was Astier of France leading not a sweep of medals, but a gold medal charge, it will be in the closing stages as they come back into the town centre. So this has been fast and furious. Some of these downhill sections that they're having now will be the quickest we've seen any athletes move so far in this championship. It's a short race. They're fit athletes, and it's the final downhill that they're going to be entering in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, through the 3.5 kilometre mark, our leaders 20 seconds exactly separating the top three. So in terms of from 1 to 2, 20 seconds, and then from 2 to 3, also 20 seconds with Ewan Busfield. Just dropping back, you'll see the intermediate results here. This is with just over 2.2 kilometres to go. This is the 3.5 kilometre mark with the total race distance for these under 20 men and indeed women who will get off shortly. The 5.7 kilometre loop with, of course, the seniors going out a little bit longer. They have 13.1 kilometres to cover in a more technically testing course that has its ups and its downs on a number of occasions.
Busfield of Great Britain has got to defend a 13-second gap to stay on the podium there. The two French athletes in those scoring four who raced on Friday already have medals individually and team-wise are Yannick Mehmed and Oscar Kransak-Cheyrig. This is matchy-matchy. The infomercial matches the conditions that we're getting today. Slovenia looks wonderful. We are back live with Basil Astier, the runaway leader in this under-20 men's up and downhill. And look at him go, absolutely sprinting. He's had a quick look at his watch. I'm not sure that will tell him anything, but he's into the final couple of 100 metres here. It is going to be another individual gold. He looks back, and that will be a welcome sight. There's nobody there. So this is the shortest race of the programme, 5.7 kilometres for under 20 men. And I don't know if he knows that France look like they're heading for the team title again. So they've taken the individual and team golds in both of the under 20 races as things stand. And it's a big gap. Let's look back. The next athlete we expect to see is Yannick Mechmeld, who was one of the joint winners of the under 20 uphill gold. That's him. They're all looking at their watches. Really, just concentrate on what's up ahead, fellas. It's a couple of turns, and he's safe in second. Now, is it going to be Ewan Busfield, the next athlete that comes round that turn? He had a 14-second buffer over the chasing Haugen of Norway. So it'll be, well, let's enjoy this with him. French flags appear from all directions. We've seen that all week. And the winner of the under-20 up and down title is Astier of France by a huge margin.
Across the line, a time of 23 minutes, 58 seconds. And a run that he's really dominated from the early stages. Stayed out of trouble through the first 100 metres. Even a bit longer than that, with how many people were trying to fly off the front. A really well-timed race. Had his confidence, I'm sure, really boosted by the fact that his team were in such a good position after the first day of racing, mostly thanks to this man who draws the line under the country once again. France are here to stay at these off-road running championships, proving once again that it's not just home soil where they can contest for the medals. The top two going the way of France.
And that's another individual medal for Mechmeld. Oh, look at this. And Busfield, well, if you're a neutral, he had to protect that bronze medal the whole way round the course, and he did just, but only by 1 second. Look at that bottom left. Bad luck, Aaron Rodal Haugen, who had a real charge in the second half of the race. We will see what the team medals look like, but it's only 3 to score. First man home for Italy. Happy enough with that. And this is the French team closing. That is their third and final scorer approaching the finish line now. So it's going to be another team gold. And it is Oscar Kransak-Jayrig for his second gold team medal of the championship. Spain with one home. The lowest cumulative points total from the finishing places of the top three per country. The officials desperately trying to keep the camera angles clear, so trying to get the athletes lined up for a team photo, but also leave the way clear for those that follow. Turkey had an early flourish, still going well. We're 2 turns away for these athletes from the finish. Poland, I think that will be the leading scorers for both of those nations. Ben Hodgson, second man home in 12th place for Great Britain. That's 2 for Spain. And Garcia, just looking to see, that could be 3 for Great Britain.
Yeah, I think Great Britain and Northern Ireland with 3 already over the line. They had 2 come across the line together, Ben Hodgson, and then just behind him by a second, Lachlan Thomas, and of course then they had Ewan Busfield coming third. So Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Jeff, look like they're in a good position. They get all their markers across the line before Spain had their third and final with Carlos Garcia. So it does. Italy, though, have 3 ahead of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. But of course falling just off the podium for Italy with Matteo Bagnes coming through in 5th, but all 3 of their markers coming in the top 11.
And you can see why those spills at the start happen, because every second really does count. If it makes a difference in one position, that can make a difference in the team podium standings of your whole team. So they get out as hard as they can. We saw in this case a few people went down at the start, but they all got back up and they're all finishing now.
And there's that camaraderie that we were speaking about, the French team waiting for their final man over the line, Clément Corday, and he's embraced by two who ended up on the podium, who have made sure that they won't leave the finish area until all four of their team are home.
If you log on to the European Athletics site, you can see the unfolding standings. We've got a tracker. They've got chip timing in their bibs. That's how it works. So there's nobody with a stopwatch. It's as they cross that rubber matting that goes across directly beneath the overhead gantry. The chip timing takes care of their net time. 28 minutes into the race. This was the pile up early on from a different angle. Ellen did the body count. I think there were seven. 7 went down, but every single one of them back up. And one or two of them may even be leaving with a medal after that unfortunate start.
Here's a look back at the real steep part of the course, and the last thing you want to be doing is hurdling over a fallen tree, but all part of trail and mountain running. There was the attack from Yannick Memel to get around the man from Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Ewan Busfield. But it was a dominant performance and a really intelligent race from Astier, taking the win for France, and France taking the medal once again. Well, the cameras won't be too happy with that, the fact that he's had his face covered there. They've been trying to orchestrate all the big moments, haven't they, in front of the finish line, making sure that everyone gets the shots they need. And there is Yannick Memel. France are here to stay, aren't they? They performed so well on home soil 2 years ago, and they've set themselves up so perfectly. They no doubt will be the big winners of these European Athletics Off-Road Running Championships. And just look at this for a battle for the bronze, Jeff.
Well, Busfield had to hang on to a 14-second lead. Haugen could see exactly what he had to do, and he almost pulled it off. 4th place, leading the line for Norway. Who would live in a house like this? It's a chateau. So here's confirmation of the results. We may be able to bring you the team standings, but as it was on Friday in the uphill race, France first 2 across the line. They had the first 4 across the line, and a bronze medal for Ewan Busfield of Great Britain.
So here's a look at what is next up. A slightly earlier start today for the under 20 women, and that is because we are expecting the President of the Republic of Slovenia to be in attendance today, and we expect that the President will give a speech as well, so we'll hope to bring you that at some point. There's a quick reminder of the course. It is the course that we've just seen, and as Jeff rightly said, there's that big initial climb after they come out of the town centre, about a kilometre that they do on the flats, up into the mountains for the next kilometre, a slight plateau in terms of the gradient, another surge, and then it is all downhill from there back into the town centre. And we will shortly meet our female athletes who will be contending this under 20 women's race. There's a look at that long stretch at the start. Thankfully, no one else on the start line already, Jeff, as we saw so early on for the men's race. I think they will be a little bit more disciplined. We've had the pleasure, haven't we, of watching lots of youth athletics, particularly cross country. I always look back to the mini London Marathon. There's so much pushing and shoving, isn't there? They all want to get a good start, but you do find that they are slightly more disciplined on the women's side of things. They take the instructions better.
Yes, I think that's a metaphor for life in many ways, Ellen. The crazy blokes just charging off. Hopefully we won't see any spills at the start. That's all there is to it. It's a nice course. It's a very spectator-friendly course. There's a bit of everything, but it is up and down, as it says on the tin. And we've now had 7 champions out of 10 races across 3 days. Final 3 races coming up, and the best of the weather. Here's the winner.
The gold medal, how quick was the race?
Yes, it was a good race. I was very good in the up. and I have 30 seconds in the up, and after in the downhill, I do a good downhill, and after in the flat, I finish and I'm really happy.
The French are really strong this year.
Yes, the category 20 is very good. It's good.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, it's very brave of them, isn't it, Jeff? It's great to see these under-20 athletes, particularly the French athletes that we've seen as well, as we'll flick through the start list for the women's under-20 uphill and downhill mountain race. You've got to be quite brave after you've won a race to put your hand up and say, I will be interviewed in a second language, a language that they probably don't speak a huge amount, but it is great training. If they're looking to continue, of course, their career, I'm sure plenty will be hoping that it's not the last of the interviews that they'll do in their career.
I bet he was more nervous about giving an interview in English than he was about the fallen tree trunk over the trail.
I would struggle to do an interview in French, so hats off to particularly all the young athletes who are stepping up and being interviewed after their races, because it really does add to our understanding of what's going on. He said he was really strong on the uphill there, and that is where you feel the gains could be made in this race, Jeff.
Yeah, it is two different disciplines patched together in quick succession, uphill running followed by downhill. Not everybody's good at both. You can't be, one of them must be your strength and one of them must be your slightly weaker suit, but he looked pretty good on both counts there. Never headed from the point where we picked up on him on the uphill.
Well, it is absolutely beautiful scenery here in Slovenia. They've been excellent hosts since, long before Friday, but the racing began on Friday. So many of the athletes that we've heard from in their post-race interviews, even the open categories, have been speaking about the warm hospitality that they've received since arriving here in Slovenia. And it has been great to have the open races running in tandem with these races, as well as we see the athletes now in a pen, hearing their instructions as they are brought out to the start line. We are 5 minutes away from the start of the race, and we wondered if we would see a difference in how the men and the women line up, and whether they've decided to make that change ahead of the race and keep the athletes held back in the pen, Jeff, or whether it was already pre-planned. It certainly seems like it is the best idea.
Yeah, that looked more civilised. Stay in the shade, keep close to your drinks bottle and your team management, and then just get let out with 5 minutes to go. It was Portugal. I blame Portugal in the under-20 men's. They decided to take over half of the start line, and it set everybody else off lining up, 25 minutes before the start.
We've seen some of the nose tape supplied. That is more of a trend, isn't it, that we're seeing across the sport to try and increase the flow of oxygen, open up your nostrils to ensure that you are able to breathe more freely, seeing that across the sport, and plenty opting to use it today. Switzerland, we expect that they'll find themselves in a good position. Rahel Good going in this one, 19 years old. She's ranked 10th in Europe in the ITRA Performance Index. There's Smith of Ireland. Ireland always bringing good, strong teams and in their numbers as well to these championships, Jeff.
Yeah, no island, no party as well. They travel well around the world competitively, and for the after-race stuff, they'll keep them back from the start line because of the cables that are activated by the timing chips as they go across the start line. You can see one or two being thrown, final bottles of water. I think there'll be less than 7 people fall over here. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 0, because there is a little bit more collaboration amongst female athletes than the crazy blokes.
You can see, as you rightly say, Jeff, those water bottles being thrown back and forth. I think there was some sponges as well being thrown the way of the athletes. It's around 16 degrees, of course, getting closer and closer, though, particularly when we start the senior race. It will be around the peak of the sunshine here in Slovenia. There's everyone getting into position, the photographers, the content creators as well. Remember, if you want to see any of the behind-the-scenes action, you can do so on EA Running on Instagram, our new running, whether that be on the road, off-road, mountain running, trail. We've got it all covered there on our new running account, so be sure to go and give it a follow.
I'm looking at Julia Oehler there, the German athlete in the yellow singlet to the left of the shot. I made her the biggest favourite of the whole championship in the uphill women's under-20 race on Friday. It didn't work out for her, and I think just a pensive moment for her there. Famous athletics family. This is her last chance to come away with something notable at these championships. She's a great athlete on every surface all year round. She's a really prized junior for Germany in the coming years, but I think she will want to have something more out of this race than she got on Friday.
She'll be desperate to defend her title, won't she? She's the world champion at under 20 level in the classic race, the defending champion in the in this race, in the up and down mountain race. Bronze she took on Friday. Well, we have just seen her name flash up on the timing screen that we have available to us, giving her the win. Well, how much of a prediction was that? It was in the time of around 35 minutes. I didn't take a picture of the time, but I should have done. But it is now, the timing screen has gone back to normal, and that is why, Jeff, of course, they have to be pushed a little bit further back, because anything too close to those sensors can trigger a timing situation. There you can see the Slovenian team lined up. Well, they would be desperate, wouldn't they, to round out these championships with the results. And you have to say the same for France as well, who all their success at the under-20 level of these championships has come in the men's side. And so the women lining up, potentially with a point to prove. The 1 minute signal has been shown by the official on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see Duprat in there as well of France. Keep your eyes on her. She'll hope that she's in for a good chance today. All the pre-race excitement, though, once again, around Julia Oehler. She is the only German in this field after her compatriot took shared gold on the in the uphill race, the race where Julia Oehler took the bronze medal. And you can see her looking to one side and then the other there. Her brother Lucas Oehler will go later on once again in the senior men's race, as they are finally called forward to the line, and there is that jostling for position a couple of feet over the front, all poised and ready to go. One hand on the watch when we get the countdown. You wonder what we're going to hear, whether we're just going to get the gun, and it is just the gun, and I think that is a clever decision from the organisers, just to get things started without that extra anticipation. We are underway. Julia Oehler leading the way. She has the colours of Spain next to her. It's great to see the variety of countries represented across this mountain running championships, particularly at the under 20 level.
Oehler needs not to panic here. In the opening charge, it looked like she was leading with her chin and she was desperate to get to the front. Maybe the tension of a subpar performance by her standards on Friday has festered with her over the last couple of days, and she just can't wait to get going here. But she does need to be patient in the way that we saw with the French men in the early stages.
Some excellent shots from our drones and the helicopters. You can see everyone trying to get the content as they run alongside the athletes. It's a very quick start from the three that we're seeing at the front, which of course include the tall figure of Julia Oehler. I think that's Sandra Gonzalez in there as well for Spain, as three break away off the front of this field.
Well, this is quite different, isn't it, to the race that we saw in the under-20 men, where a huge pack took all of the city centre roads and went into the first uphill section together. We almost potentially have our podium already, and we've only been running a minute and a half.
It's Yaron Lildes of Turkey, who is the shorter athlete tucked in at the back of this group of three, but it isn't the biggest gap that they've opened up, and you do wonder if they will just get swept back into the pack here. I expect to still see Gonzalez and indeed Julia Oehler holding strong at the front for at least some time, owing to particularly the reputation and the results that Julia Oehler has picked up over the course of the last couple of years.
The weather is approaching 18 degrees. There's not any chance of rain at all at any point of the course today. So absolutely the best of the weather on day 3 of these European Off-Road Championships. The hot favourite on day 1 didn't come through, but the hot favourite on day 3 is now just starting to apply a bit of pressure early on to this whole field.
Yeah, dropping back already is Yildiz, so just the two of Gonzalez and Erla. Looking out for a white vest that might emerge to the front at some point. Klinčkova of Czechia, the woman who was almost pipped on the line on that
yes.
opening race. The two across the line together, Germany and Czechia. She is going in this race, but I haven't seen her pop up on the screen just yet. And it is, of course, Julia Erla who is pushing the pace here. Is that Great Britain and Northern Ireland that we can see down in third now?
Yeah, this is a lovely part of the course. Lots of support. Imagine being able to support a European Championship from your front porch. Just stepped out to the front of their house to encourage athletes. Looking back to see who, at this early stage still, only 3.5 minutes into the race, has got 3 vests further forward. But Erla absolutely means business here. She is burning for revenge after a disappointing opening day for her.
She is one of the athletes as well, Jeff. When you look back through the historical results, as if you're looking to count some vests, you can see Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I think you have a couple there. You've got there 2 markers, Spain as well, Slovenia, a couple up there as well, and that big fluorescent, the bright fluorescent green. But you know, she is one of the athletes. When you look back historically, there hasn't always been the biggest transfer of under-20 athletes going into the senior side of sport. Of course, this is a sport that is on the whole quite self-funded. You need to be well backed. It does take time to find a sponsor, but you do feel when you look at some of the names and what they've already achieved, Julia Erla is particularly with her brother on the circuit as well, one of those names that you expect will transition quite well into the senior side of things.
Yeah, she'll have a depth of experience across the sport, European cross-country medals that is far in excess of many of these athletes, some of whom are making their international debuts. So there is a gulf in terms of experience. So there are some young teenagers and there are some old teenagers within this. Erla actually isn't that old still. She's been around for a while, but generally speaking, there's been a high level of expectation around her, and generally speaking, she has matched it.
And
I think the 3 Brits, as you spotted, Ellen, were running together, just individually outside the medals, but going well collectively. All start.
A slightly eager runner on the far left of the picture, and it is understandable, isn't it? But thankfully, everyone getting away cleanly. We do have a couple there you can see just hanging back, and you can understand why, given the start that we saw in the men's race. There will be athletes as well, this flat section, of course, who want to burn the pace. Julia Erla, one of those, and off to a very, very quick start. As you can see there, it was 3 who broke away. Yildiz of Turkey, Gonzalez of Spain, and our current leader, who is Julia Erla of Germany, the only German going in this race, after it was a German 1-2 in the German 1 and 3 even in the under-20 uphill race, with Julia Erla taking bronze on day 1 and looking to defend her crown in this race. It's a lovely section they have here, quite narrow trails. There won't be too many opportunities for overtaking. You have to time your runs quite well, your surges quite well, or just have the understanding that there might be some elbows having to be deployed in a couple of directions, and particularly there you can see athletes running 2 abreast, and that won't be very good. And for the athletes behind in particular, you can understand why there might be a bit of pushing and shoving through these bits. A late surge there you can see coming around. You have to time. This is where the tactics come into play, Jeff, isn't it? Those understanding that you'll have to surge at some points, hang back at others, and not always take the race at the pace that you want to.
No, you do your overtaking when the opportunity presents, not when you're feeling good. So they will have had the opportunity to recce pretty much all of this course. Let's hear what they thought of it.
Veliko navijačev. Poznam progo, tako da pač proga mi je všeč. Zdaj, če bo še malo mokra, bo še toliko boljš. konkurenca bo, tako da me bo potegnil. Upam, da pač iztržim vse iz sebe, kar pač lahko. In da pač pridem v cilj in da bom zadovoljna s tem, kar sem pokazala.
Ja, najbolj se veselim, da smo itak v domačem kraju, da bomo imeli veliko podporo. Pričakovanja ne moram to govoriti, ker sem prvo leto tukaj in gremo v bistvu bolj zdale za izkušnje, itak pa po vseh močeh in vse od sebe.
So back we go to the course where we are waiting on the arrival of our women through the 2.5 kilometre mark, which is just at the top of this climb here. They then descend for a little while and then back into another climb as they come out of this small settlement right at the top overlooking the town. It is a brilliant vantage point to see down into the town of Kamnik. And there has been plenty
those
going
steps
on.
That the spectators are going up those steps, that's actually part of the course in the next minute and a half or so. They need to have their wits about them. What a nice vantage point, though. Just sit there, maybe with a drink, looking down the slope, watching the international athletes come towards them.
I think they've picked a good spot there. Plenty of shade as well under that big oak tree at the top of the peak there, and this is one of the great things as well, isn't it, when you get an organising committee and you get race directors that want to really involve the local history. You see the side of this castle here and how rugged the rocks are, these ancient buildings. We had them running through yesterday, the shepherd huts on the Velika Planina right at the top of the race. And how many times at the 25 kilometre mark, maybe not even that, I think yesterday, do you find yourself running through a shepherd's hut in a trail race? And that is one of the things that is we're seeing increasingly from course organisers who want to bring a bit of their history, a bit of the nation's history and heritage into the course and give the best experience for the athletes, because that is what makes it different, particularly when they spend a lot of time training and running in the Alps. It's what makes your Alps different to the Alps that they see every day of the week.
And I think it's just a guess, but if I look at that red roof building, our signal to you is coming from the roof of that building. There's certainly a lot of transmission hardware going on there. So we're about a minute away, I think, from the first of the runners appearing at the foot of those steps, going up the ramparts at Stari Grad, and then from there the first of the descents back into the centre begin. So the spectators need to get themselves in position quickly. It's not all up and it's not all down, but this is more or less the halfway point once they crest beyond this building.
Yeah, the time check that we will get coming up, as I think I heard a couple of roars there. I wonder if that is a signal that some of the athletes are starting to make their way up this part of the climb, maybe coming into vision shortly. There we go, we see what looks to be Julia Erler, and you wouldn't want to bet against her in this race, making her way up the climb, and she looks very smooth, doesn't she? She's bounding up those steps there, Jeff, a couple at a time, nothing slowing her down as she makes her way towards the time check. No one in view around her, and it looks like, as we did in the men's race, we'll have a runaway winner in the under 20 women's as she comes towards the time check. This is the 2.5 kilometre mark, and she's through in 11 minutes and 20 seconds, just a little under the halfway point, of course. 5.7 kilometres the total for this race, but she's broken the back of the climb. A few more uphills just to go, but she has done the majority of climbing almost up to the real high point. There'll be a little bit of an off-road trail that she follows, a grassy section, and here is the gap back, and who finds themselves behind her? It is puts the line together. It is the gold medal, shared gold medalist from day one, Klinčlova of Czechia. Behind her, Nancy Corrie of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and there's an Italian vest in there as well.
Well, this is going to be interesting, isn't it? For the teams especially, but also for the individual medals. Everything to play for as they start the swoop back towards the town centre. But Erla, look at that margin. We haven't had anything quite like that so far. Nearly 40 seconds clear after just 11 minutes of running. She is absolutely burning with the need for gold here, I think. There's a family rivalry, I'm sure, with her brother in action a little bit later on. And the disappointment of Friday is already being put to bed.
Kinchlova, though, what a performance it was on Friday. That surge, she thought she'd come across the line to take gold by herself, looked to one side and saw that it would have to be a shared gold on the day, but Czechia in a really good position, and it looks like it could be 2 medals for Czechia today. As well, we're just looking at, we've had a couple of corrections in the order as Licia Ferrari of Italy has been pushed up into second place at the moment. Nancy Corrie just a little bit further back. I wonder whether there has been a little bit of an issue with the timing trackers there, and you wouldn't be surprised to see Ferrari up there and contending for medals. She took silver at the Italian Championships over 5,000 metres on the track last year and 5th in the classic race at the Under-20 World Championships. She's ranked 7th in Europe this year and is currently sitting in 3rd, level on the time through the time check with the Czech athlete. But here is Julia Earl coming up this final sort of trail incline. She'll go out into the grassy pasture right at the top of this climb, and then really from that point it is downhill back into the town centre.
Not looking back, just concentrating on what's coming up ahead. She's got that open palm running action. The elbows come out a little bit wide, a little bit reminiscent of Zola Budd, for those that remember, back into the 80s. A little glance over the right shoulder, and I'm not sure she'll see anybody because that gap is closer to a minute than 30 seconds. What's the hurdling like? Not bad. The cameraman stops here, and we'll go back and see what the gap looks like. But Erla, remember, is the lone German competitor, so only individual gold available to her. It's wide open among those chasing. A little bit of inspiration or a little bit of a bad patch could make all the difference in the team scores with the story behind her.
And there is such a variety when you look further down the order of bibs. There isn't really any standout team that immediately jumps to you, is there, Jeff? Spain doing well, France in a good position. It probably would be France if they can get a couple of their athletes just a little bit further forward, who would take the team title here. As we see Licia Ferrari go through the screen, there is the updated intermediate results from the 2.5 kilometre mark at Stary Grad, with Julia Earl leading the way by almost 30 seconds over Kinchlova and Licia Ferrari.
Now, Spain need to concentrate here because that could be 3rd and 4th scorer for them, and the team competition is absolutely wide open. On that first caption, there were a couple for each of Italy and Spain, but the 3rd scorers probably aren't even yet in shot for most teams in this camera shot.
There's our first Slovenian athlete through the picture. Munchik, that was of Slovenia, making away at the climb. And as we saw with the men's race, they're very quickly to break down into that low centre of gravity, head dropping down, hands on the knees, and waiting for the opportunity to then break back into their running. It is such a demanding course that the organisers have put together, but they will know that they're not too far away from the peak here.
This is savage, isn't it? This particular section, because they've had a little bit of downhill and they've had smooth running, and then suddenly we get 3 or 4 minutes of this. It is hard. It absolutely massacres the breathing and the rhythm, but somehow they've got to keep going. They've got to get the momentum going because the downhill is just up around the next corner.
you can almost feel it, can't you, in your hamstrings as you watch them make their way up this climb. And there are some athletes who are better at the ascending part of things. They're better at the climbing. They find it easier just to keep their stride nice and short and almost glide. We saw it with Julia earlier, didn't we? As she came through the picture, find it easier just to glide up the climbs and keep that focus, those small strides. We're seeing it here from the Slovenian athlete. Just keep things moving. Others will prefer to break into the hike. They feel like they can cover the ground quicker, making their strides longer, the hands down on the knees for that extra push. And well, this is, we speak about momentum, Jeff. If you felt like you'd found any momentum through the first maybe 50 metres of this climb, you're hit by this fallen tree, the bollard here that they're having to hurdle over.
Yeah, this is tough. It's 58 athletes from 19 countries, lots of debutantes, lots of first-time national vests. If you're watching this and you're supporting anybody in this race, I hope they're going okay. The next time we see the leader, Erla, will be into the final approach towards the village of Kamnik, the town of Kamnik, for what will be a gold that will be an absolute relief to her. There will be joy, but there will also be relief that after disappointing showing for her on Friday, it's top step of the podium. But got to stay on her feet, got to negotiate all of the twists and turns, the tree roots and the boulders. Look, I think there's more spectators out today, aren't there? I know it's a more compact course, but lots of people in shorts and T-shirts, just absolutely loving, enjoying this final day of the championship.
Some excellent shots there. We can't obviously find our way through the trees as easy when it's this descent on the way down, but we did see some glimpses there of the athletes making their way through the less sheltered area of the trees. And there's a real look at where they come up. That is the 2.5 kilometre checkpoint that you can see in the centre of your screen now. They then descend and, as Jeff said again, go straight back up. There's very little let off in this course, particularly for the first half, but now we are seeing the majority of our athletes having broken the back of it. They're on the way back down and into the town of Kamnik. We will get an idea of just the size of the gap of Julia Erla's lead around the 3.5 kilometre mark. That is the next time check that we expect, and then 1.2 kilometres they'll have from that point into the town centre, and of course all overlooked by these beautiful mountains that have really characterised the weekend here in Slovenia. We're just 23 kilometres outside of the capital, Ljubljana, so really easy to get through for the athletes arriving here in this a real gateway into the rest of the Alps, as we have seen Julia Erla on our timing screens come through. 3.5 kilometres, 20 minutes and 17 seconds, and now the wait is on to see who follows her through. Kinchlova, who took shared gold on day one ahead of Julia Erla, is currently the athlete in second, but hot on her heels was Licia Ferrari. We have a Hungarian athlete up there as well, Agator Sazbo, and Nancy Corrie as well of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, all within very close range of each other and battling it out for the medals. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a late surge as well from the Swiss athlete Rahel Good, who is very strong in these descending moments and has plenty of experience, picking up lots of medals around the circuit at under 20 level. So keep your eyes out for her. She's down, well, the last time we saw her, she was down in sixth, and she has indeed jumped all the way up to third. We'll bring you confirmation of those times as and when we get them, but the early indication is that Rahel Good with an excellent climb. She's flying down the descent as well, the 19-year-old, and has looked to have pushed her way into the medal positions.
I wonder if Julia Erla gets interviewed, if she wins this race, what she might say about Friday, because you could say, oh yeah, she's predominantly a downhill runner, that's her strength, but on the uphill she's absolutely smashed it today, and yet it wasn't her day on Friday. I don't know if the conditions where we had that drizzly rain or just an off day. As we ride with her, 48 seconds clear of the field, this is Julia Erla on the run in back to town and on her way to gold if she can stay on her feet.
Well, we will be back on board with her very shortly, I'm sure. Great showing at the moment for Slovenia, by the looks of things on our timing check. You have two athletes. Is that 6th and 7th? We've got two Slovenian athletes in the top 10, which is an excellent showing from the under-20s. It's Klara Močnik who is leading the Slovenian charge, and compatriot just behind her, Mlekuš, is only a couple of seconds behind her, just a second, I think, or just a little bit longer than that, around 15 seconds separating those two, with Močnik right on the shoulder of Manon Duprat for France. It's Rochu of France who's just ahead of her. So France looking at the minute like they're performing well in the team standings. Spain as well. Rubio is up into 4th for Spain, which means that I think by my count, Jeff, they're leading the way in the team championships with, actually no, it is France, with Julie Fournier, who are the top ranked team at the moment in these under-20 championships, and that would be round out a very successful morning for the under-20 team for France. The men packing out the podium once again, taking 1-2, and of course the gold medal in the team competition as well. And it looks like the French women on their way to team gold here in the women's under-20 race.
Yeah, the neutrals amongst us, I'm sure, would like to see Slovenia do well. And as you said, they've got 2 inside the top 9, but then it's a long way back to the third scorer. Have a look at this as the current standings in the top 10. France going well, Slovenia going well. It's the third scorer that tells the story for Slovenia, unfortunately. Spain going well.
Yeah, indeed, but there has been a lot of chopping and changing, hasn't there? And I'm just looking back down the order. We had our eyes on the gold medalist, a shared gold medalist from day 1, Anna Kinchelova, and she has yet to come through the 3.5 kilometre mark. Kinchelova, who was up there in 2nd for quite some time. Same with Licia Ferrari. They've both seemingly dropped quite significantly down the order. So I wonder what has happened there. We will, of course, keep our eyes on the situation. And you do wonder if just coming down the early parts of the descent, if there's been any issues, or even right at the top of the climb. But we'll try and bring you up to speed with the positioning of the gold medalist from day 1 as and when we can.
Well, the next thing we see will be the cameras picking up Erla inside the last couple of minutes of the race. We're 25 minutes in. I would expect her to finish in under 30. So as long as she stayed on her feet through these twisty-turny, boulder-packed trails, she will enjoy the smooth downhill final run-in and her journey to being the final under-20 champion of Kamnik 2026.
And here she is, Julia Erla, making her way off the trail, back onto the tarmac and into the closing stages of this race. Flying, isn't she, Jeff? Just look at the speed, the momentum that she's carrying, gliding. But you can see the work she's had to put in for this. She wouldn't have wanted a repeat of what happened on Friday. The expectations around her ever so high. She was this standout performer. She takes another look over her shoulder. She is safe and secure in her position by a significant margin at the last time check. And she won't see anyone around her here. It will be a very, very relaxing run, some may say, through these streets and across the finish line, because she has done all the hard work nice and early. And it is Julia Erla who will take victory back.
Early for Erla.
Well, she had to, didn't she,
Jeff? Very motivated for this. I don't think she's going to let up. I think there'll be a lot of relief. But on that start line just 26 minutes ago, I think she was the most determined. She was not quite half a yard clear after a yard, but she certainly featured in the opening few hundred metres and has stayed out front. Looking back, we've seen that of all our winners. They're never certain, never confident that they're clear. They're always worrying about some bogeyman coming out of the field and closing them down. It's not happening.
Well, that was something that we spoke about, wasn't it, in just before the races started, whether we'd see more of that today. We saw it yesterday with our two senior winners in the trail races, who said that they didn't know how far ahead they were. And it is, of course, a shorter race. She was around her compatriots. She was around her competitors for a lot longer, Julia Erler, in the start of the race coming through the town. But since then, she's been well away, hasn't it? And it's not the same winning margin, of course, a fraction of the distance that we saw yesterday. But it is still such a dominant race. Well, here we go. This is Rahel Good, I believe, of Switzerland. No, she's dropped back. It is the Hungarian Agata Százból, who is up into second. And it is Rahel Good who has dropped back, with Sofia Rubio coming through, but coming through for the win. And was it ever in doubt? Talk about bouncing back. Julia Erler has done it in fashion. A commanding victory on the final day of action of the European Athletics Off-Road Running Championship. She is back on top, the only German competitor in this field, and the gold medal is hers again. And just look at how much it means to her and her family.
Yep, her brother will be in action a bit later on. I suspect that may be mum. Few tears. It's relief rather than joy, I think. The pressure is lifted.
Well, she has a healthy collection, doesn't she, of European medals from the track, from the cross-country, and, of course, now defending her title in the up and downhill mountain race. And, well, an excellent performance from Agata Százból of Hungary, who takes a look over her shoulder. A brilliant second half of the race to take the silver medal for Hungary. And there were some big competitors fighting back right at the end of the race, but it will be Hungary who take the silver medal ahead of Spain, coming through for third. That is Sofia Rubio, who had a very strong second half of the race. It looked for quite some time like it might be Rahel Good who put a surge on to take a medal, but falling just off the podium. You can understand the disappointment after being in and around the medal positions. Jeff, fourth, of course, the hardest place to finish.
Well, it depends what's backing her up. We're going to all be looking at that final turn to see what the team medal situation is. Erler won't be looking because she's the lone German. For everybody else, there is a chance that if their teammates have been inspired, there could be a podium team medal on the final day. Let's keep a lookout in the closing positions, because a few seconds either way are going to make all the difference. And by the way, I don't know that many Hungarians, but most of them are called Sabo. It must be the equivalent of Smith in Hungarian.
And it is, of course, a brilliant silver medal for Agata Százból. We will have a correction, I'm sure, at some point to the timing that you're seeing at the bottom of your screen, because we did see Sofia Rubio across the line ahead of Rahel Good.
Well, they've truncated the caption so that the second has dropped out, and we're scrolling from 3 downwards. That's the first 2 Slovenians home, and we would get excited, but the third finisher was a long, long way back. So packing 2 inside 6. But the third finisher may be outside 30.
Yeah, it does appear that there has been an issue with the timing chip, because Sofia Rubio is dropping down the order. She is the third place finisher. It is not Rahel Good. She finished 4th, so I'm sure we will get that correction up at some point. Excuse me. As France in the top 10, 3 of their finishers in the top 10 is Julie Forner across the line. And well, we have seen those sprint finishes, Jeff, and of course every single position worth fighting for, as we've been speaking about over the course of the last 3 days.
That's the third Slovenian there. She's come through higher than 30. If she can gain another couple of positions here, there could be a bronze medal for Slovenia potentially. Well, we're concentrating on those just across the line. We don't know yet. On the caption, we've had 20 with their chip timings closed at 32:03. France have won the team competition. That looks pretty clear.
Yeah.
But the positions after that, Spain congratulating each other. But they are on 2 finishers. Oh, there's 3 there. So the hugs may mean silver for Spain. They've closed their team. And that is the 3rd Slovenian finisher there. Is it enough? 2 in 6, and then that finisher there. We'll wait for the confirmation. I suspect they may be just disappointed, but we'll see.
Still such a brilliant performance from the Slovenian team to have 2 in the top 10. It was brilliant running from the duo of Nekrus and Mochnik.
Two races left. The final 2 senior races of the day will be up and down over an extended course, more than twice the distance that we've seen for the under-20. Senior men with 90 athletes from 28 countries, over 13 kilometres, coming up next at 10:30 local time. That is 17 minutes away. And then the final race of the day, the senior women, over the same distance. Here's the replay. No fallers, very civilised. Slightly dodgy start over on the far side, but that's what happens. Her brother, very shortly, he's one of the, he's the #1 seed according to the local organising committee. We'll see 6 athletes on the front row of the grid for the senior men's up and down race. Lucas Erler. What a story that would be. Consecutive titles won by the same family, if he could pull that off.
Well, we did speak
And
about
that looks like it's been adjusted.
Yeah, there we
Ellen.
go. Yeah, so Sophia Rubio going back into 3rd, where we expected her to be, and confirmation there with 3 in the top 10. France taking the team title in both the men's under-20 up and down race and also in the women's side of things as well. A good showing today. No individual podiums, but still enough from their positioning in the top 10 for France to take a team gold medal.
A lot of traffic being held up. It's now 10:17 local time on a Sunday morning in Kamnik. and there will be road closures affecting the start and finish area here. So the traffic coming in or around the centre as we look down, isn't it? Beautiful place, doesn't it make you want to visit?
I was just about to say, it is the cameras here and the team that have been brought in to cover these championships doing great work for the Kamnik Tourist Board as well, you feel. Everyone wanting to come and have a look. Here is the
president.
party. It is indeed. We have a special visitor here in Kamnik today, and it is the president. And you can see her there with the president of European Athletics, Dobromir Karamarinov, as well, and both preparing to give a couple of speeches. It is the president of the Republic of Slovenia, and this is Natasha Perchmusha.
We're 12 minutes away from our next race start. So the senior men will be starting to emerge from the team tents adjacent to the finish area. It'll be a bit more civilized at the start because it's a much longer event. The under-20s, that stampede at the start was because they were only racing less than 6 kilometres. This will be a bit more civilized, but it's a bigger field.
So look at the rest of the schedule for the day. 2 races down, 2 to go on the final day of action here in Kamnik for the European Off-Road Running Championships. We've been camped out here in Kamnik for 3 days now, and it has been a really spectacular event, hasn't it? Here is a look at this longer course for the day. Lots of looping around on this one, Jeff, and that is why we have that sort of up, down, I think it is, kind of topography of this course.
Yes, I mean, it's taking full advantage of the plains at the top there and the final run-in. It is, well, that's what it looks like. You can see, as Ellen accurately described it, it is an up and a down overall, but within that you can see that W formation in the centre. That will sort the wheat from the chaff a little bit because people will have activated downhill mode significantly, and then the sharpest incline of the course is still to come. So it's kind of not 2 halves, it's 4 quarters. This is what it looks like from the centre out. So we know that the profile includes some really big swoops, but that is the first of the ascents that they'll make. There are returning athletes, not as many as in the under-20s. There are athletes that competed on Friday in the uphill only that have had 48 hours to recover and will come back and challenge again with much better weather. Those of you that were with us on Friday, it was one of those days where even the money in your wallet would have got wet because it was absolutely shocking weather, especially at the top of the hill. But this is the best of the weekend so far. 16 degrees, potentially rising to 18 degrees, no clouds, no wind. So this will be the first sight of the final run-in down into Kamnik, still zigzagging a little bit, but then back into the city centre, a bigger loop to finish where they started. Final 2 finishes of the day, the final senior medals, final senior champions of the whole weekend.
And it'll be interesting to see just how close these races are, these senior races. It has been won in each of our 4 senior races already over the course of the last 2 days by a winner who's taken the race on right from the start. We saw that then today with our 2 under-20s in stark contrast to the under-20 races in the uphill. And it'll be interesting to see if anyone decides to take this one on early, Jeff.
Yeah, we've said in every race, it's very high risk to lead early on, and yet almost every one has been won by somebody that took things up with more than 3/4 of the race to go, and not only held on but went away. Well, is anybody going to chance their arm today? We will find out. There's Lucas Erler, who's just seen his kid sister take gold in the under-20 up and down. That will be inspiring, and he will have seen it because she'll have been finishing right alongside where their mum was watching and where he's warming up for this race. So you couldn't wish for a better omen family-wise. And I bet the Christmas board games are very competitive in our household, don't you think?
Well, they've spoken quite a lot. Lucas has spoken a lot about how nice it is to have a sister who he races alongside. Of course, he's out in the collegiate system. He's spent a few years out there. He's recently changed universities, but particularly with his last college that he was studying at, the coach had a real interest in making sure that he felt empowered enough to go out and compete in these races, which is it's not always the prerogative of coaches in the collegiate system to encourage mountain and uphill races. As we see those the photos being taken, the president is in the house here in Kamnik and here to enjoy all the action today.
Well, thanks for bringing the weather with you, Madam President. It's absolutely beautiful conditions down in the centre, and we are, as we have the VIPs with their team photos, we're 7 minutes away from our final Senior Men's Championship of Kamnik 2026.
Spoštovane tekačice, tekači, spoštovana predsednica Republike Slovenije, dr. Nataša Pirc Musar, spoštovani predstavniki organizatorja, Kamničanke, Kamničani, predstavniki Evropske atletske zveze, predsednik gospod Dobromir Karamarinov, spoštovani predsednik Slovenske atletske zveze, gospod Primož Kneguš, Kamničanke in Kamničani, lepo pozdravljeni in pa dobrodošli na zadnjem izmed 3 dni Evropskega prvenstva v gorskih in trail tekih, ki se odvija tukaj v Kamniku in na naši prelepi okolici, torej v Kamniško-Savinjskih Alpah. Danes je pred nami zadnja preizkušnja, torej še članice in člani v disciplini gor-dol na Stari grad in okolico, in to bo še en ekstremen preizkus za ekstremne športnike, atlete iz celotne Evrope, ki so se v teh dneh zbrali v naši občini in na kar smo izjemno ponosni. Hvala vam, da ste prišli. Najboljšim želim samo poguma, vsem ostalim pa motivacije tudi za naprej, in pa sem prepričan in verjamem, da se v naše kraje še vrnete. Hvala organizatorjem in vse dobro. Once, just in English, welcome President of Slovenia, Mr. Nataša Pirc Musar. Welcome to Kamnik, the President of European Athletics, Mr. Dobromir Karamarinov. Welcome also other guests, and especially you athletes, you really famous athletes who do really
sedaj naredimo prostor še za tekačico, ki v tem čudovitem vzdušju prihaja do cilja. Hvala lepa tudi vam, gospod župan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, the President, here you go, a few words before the last start.
Hi everybody, I know that you are now ready to start, so I will be really very brief and lep dober dan vsem skupaj, but in English, I wish you all the best, a lot of strength, and please be friends, admire the nature, and I just wish all for you to get the medals. I know this is not possible, but nevertheless, thank you for coming here, thank you for all the supporters and the organizers, and together with the mayor, we ordered a good weather today. So good luck everybody.
Lepa hvala tudi vam, gospa predsednica, da ste nas počastili s prisotnostjo, da ste nas tudi počastili s tem, da ste častna pokroviteljica prvenstva. In verjamem, da so vsi ti dobri nameni doprinesli, da smo res danes v čudovitem sončnem vremenu. Lepa hvala tudi vsem častnim.
So I think a nice short and sweet message of good luck and don't go mad at the start from the president there, and we'll now Just 2.5 minutes away from the start of our final senior men's championship of the whole weekend. Strong as a mammoth, it is the senior men's up and downhill race. There'll be 6 athletes who will be on the front row of the grid. We'll have a quick sweep across looking at them. And there's the first of them. That's Lukas Oehler of Germany. Just seen his kid sister take the under-20 title. Serious game face on. He was the under-20 runner-up at the last edition of these championships. Costa of Italy, favoured to back up the teammate alongside him, who's one of the seeded athletes. That's Cesare Maestri of Italy. Has had an outstanding uphill series. We will see if he manages to put the up and the down together. Romain Disha of France, 7th in the World Short Course Championships in 2025. France and Italy have had their fair share of medals. That's Andreu Blanes of Spain, another man with the orienteering background that we've seen in so many of these athletes, and he was the bronze medalist in the short trail 45-kilometre championship last year. And I think just on the left, I don't know if we're going to sweep across to him. The local interest is with Clement Spanring, who was runner-up, there he is on the left, in the Legionnaire 30K held in Slovenia in April. Engdahl is back. We've seen him in action, looking very relaxed. Already had one great championship, and Torella will lead the line for Spain. So there's plenty of people that could potentially win this. I feel like it's the transition between the various uphills and downhills. If people can activate downhill mode effectively after some of the steep climbs that we've seen on the graphic, then that will save energy, and maybe that's energy that they can deploy on the final run into Kamnik. Final 20-second countdown for the senior men's up and downhill race. Big field. It is 90 athletes from 28 countries, and there is 13 kilometres, which most people wouldn't choose to spend their Sunday mornings doing, but these warriors are going to tackle it head on for the European title. Everybody starts their watch, even though there will be timing chips all around the course. A loop around the city centre before they start the first of the main ascents. Yes, it's an up and downhill race, but within that, there are 4 pairs of each. So that will be a challenge for those that normally run to the summit of a single hill and come back down. They're going to have to crest a summit 2 or 3 times here and then come down from those individual little peaks. Fantastic sight, isn't it, from here?
It is, isn't it? You wouldn't have wanted to be on the wrong side of the barrier. There was someone in the organising committee found themselves on the wrong side of the barrier. I wonder whether it was the announcer who quickly got pushed to one side as the men started. A much more organised start, and it was interesting watching them all line up, even though the majority of them had their hands poised on their watches, some of them just dropping their heads down slightly, getting into that position, ready to start, poised and ready to go. Some of them in the middle just looking around, just waiting to hear the gun go. It was a lot more relaxed than what we've seen in the other races today. But as with the women in the under-20, it is Lukas Oehler, after his sister took gold in the under-20s, who is sat there in second. You can see that bright yellow vest of Germany.
And he's also got the slightly sticky out elbows, hasn't he? He's got that wide arm action. He's not as hot a favourite as his sister was, but he was still the first athlete to be introduced. But the man ahead of him was also on that front row introduction. We're going to pronounce it Blanes of Spain. A lot of experience, and they will know each other. So they'll know that Blanes isn't messing around here. He is an athlete with fantastic credentials, a bronze medalist in the short trail championships over 45 kilometres last year. Rolly for Switzerland, also giving it a flourish. I can see 7 different national vests in the leading 7 athletes. Once again, it's 3 to score. First of the Norwegians also in that group. Shortly, they will turn off to begin the uphill climb. It's a similar route out of the start area that we've seen. They go into the shadows and up into the mountains, and it's 13 kilometers of up and down.
Of course, the loops around, there is a slight repetitive nature to this 13.1 kilometre course. For our elite men and women, they'll run the same loop twice before a bigger loop and dropping back down into the town centre here in Kamnik. This the relatively flat and particularly fast first 1 kilometre, and then the uphill really starts just after the 1 kilometre mark as they are launched into the mountains.
I'm slightly surprised at the size of the gaps. I thought there would be a much bigger cluster at the head of the field as we see Rolly taking on the running for Switzerland. They've featured in different championships, but it would be a shock if he were to pull this off. He's deciding to give it a good early flourish. But these are significant gaps. If you look at the clock in the top left-hand side of the screen, we've only been going for barely a kilometre, 3.5 minutes into the race, and already significant gaps opening up, not just around the leading 10, but the whole field is really spread eagled by a couple of 100 metres.
It does look like our front two, though, just starting to be reeled back in by the pack, and there's the attack coming around the outside by Petter Engdahl, who is focusing, he says, on the shorter races after a couple of years of really big ultra marathons. He said he wants to go back to something smaller after 2 really tough years of training, and interesting that he says he wants to recognise himself a little bit more, and that is, I think, when you look at just how much this sport, this aspect of the sport takes out of you, Jeff. It's not just the races themselves, it's the time away from home, the travel, everything surrounding it. It can really take its toll on you, both mentally and physically, of course.
Yes, it's tough in many different senses of the word for mountain runners. This has showcased the discipline, though, wonderfully across this weekend. I mean, we've had innovative new ways of showing it. We've had mountain bikes following the runners on the downhills. We've had runner camera operatives running uphill for prolonged periods of time. Here's the replay. I think everybody stayed on their feet. It was all, well, the president told them, I wish you could all get a medal, but enjoy it, run for each other, and be careful of the
First 1 kilometre, which has been approached in a couple of different ways, but rarely have we seen when there is a start that is a bit more flat on either the men's side. Yesterday, 6 kilometres they had through the town and then up into the mountains on the trail race. Very rarely do we see the athletes that go out ever so quick at the start stick for the whole race.
Well, I haven't seen that many shadows since Cliff Richard was on tour. Look at it, beautiful, crisp sunshine. Nice aerial shots from directly overhead as the runners get into their running, trying to establish a rhythm. Here's the women's junior champion.
Yes, it makes a lot of fun. It was fantastic and I really liked the course.
You had a big advantage. Where did you get that advantage?
What do you mean?
You had a big gap between the second one. How did you get that gap?
When I was at the top of the mountain, I think I saw the others by a long way, but in the downhill I don't look, and I think, yeah, the downhill was very, very nice.
The second day, here you also competed on Friday. This must have been a success and a great finish of the European champion for you.
Yes, of course. I always remember my life Slovenia, and yes, I love it.
Congratulations again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, Julia Erler's brother, Lucas Erler, featured early on. He's still inside the top 5. We'll catch up with them at one of the first intermediate checkpoints as we get these views of the trail winding its way through the conifers.
And this is where the first time check
And that's
will be.
the same portion of the course as...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the 2.5 kilometre mark where the camp is growing, isn't it, there up at Staligrad. You can see the crowd just increasing in its numbers as plenty hop up their way up the steps here, and that is the same route that the athletes will take up to the time check, which is positioned right at the top of this climb. There is then a subsequent downhill and then back into another climb before looping round once again before the big loop, and then finally back down into the town at the end of the 13-kilometre course here in Kamnik.
With those views of the town centre in the background, you can see how much climbing they've already done to achieve this elevation. There's a lot more still to come, but it is a W shape. It's not a V shape, inverted V shape course. There is not just one up and one down. It is 3 or 4 of each that they're going to have to negotiate. Slovenia is a common destination for mountain running, trail running, orienteering and cross country. Many of the athletes at this level, at seniors that make their living in the sport, will have competed here on occasions in the past. And they will know each other. So that early drive by Blanes will have been taken seriously because he is an outstanding competitor for Spain. And he was still in that leading group when last we saw them. We will get the official gaps when they come through that checkpoint in the next about 90 seconds from now.
It won't be too long, will it, until we see the first of our athletes emerge, and right on cue, here they come, making their way through the out of the forest, through this structure here, the crumbling structure. It's a beautiful, beautiful part of Kamnik as they come through the historical part of the town and up into the mountains.
So it is the Swiss athlete giving it an early flourish. Only 10 minutes in, but he's not got away. They're second and third directly behind Rolly. And look at it, their whole field just streaming in. So this is much more cycle style. One leader, but the peloton, they can't cluster because it's a narrow trail, but it's the equivalent of that. Look at it. In 18 seconds, we've got the first 13 athletes. So this one is going to be wide open. And I don't think Rolly will be able to sustain that indefinitely. He's put a bit into getting that lead. But I think pretty much the whole field still in contention. Gets a nice level, smooth portion of the course here before they turn left here into that very rutted forest trail with the boulders, with the log that is across the course. We've seen this part of the course in operation for the 2 previous under-20 races. Rolly gives himself a nice clear sighting of all of it. The others will be in single file and not able to see everything because they'll be on the shoulder of the athlete immediately in front. So it will be tightly packed for the chasing group through here.
Yeah, not just a runner, Dominic Rolly, also a farmer as well. He finished 5th in the uphill battle on Friday. Looks like he's recovered relatively well, and you can see that gap not yet closing, and he is gliding, isn't he, up this this section of the climb, using his keeping his eyes up to find the right footing, and he is moving at a good pace here. It's still the early stage of this race. 11 minutes, almost 12 minutes on the clock, as it is Dominic Rolly of Switzerland leading the way, not too far off the podium in the uphill race, finding himself in 5th. And he said he's really proud to be part of the Swiss team. It was the Swiss team that took victory in the uphill race, and he'd love to go home with another gold medal. And Jeff, how important will it be to get himself on an individual podium and not just the team podium as well?
Well, he's going for it, and every race we've said, oh, this is early to be taking it on, but he's a quality athlete, giving himself a chance. We could hear his breathing as he approached. That will pretty soon be replaced by the breathing of the cameraman, but there you can see, I don't know if that's Erler in the German vest or what, one of the Swedes that has already almost neutralised that gap. So they are keying in on him. He hasn't got away. He is a high-quality athlete. Look at this, the charge of the Light Brigade, single file. Otherwise, they would absolutely be en masse through here. Looking at the vest, Great Britain, France there, packing tightly in the middle. All three athletes there, inside 10. Again, we've seen it over and over with the French team. Germany backing up well, but I think that's only the second scorer for them. These could be the third and final scorers for individual teams that we're seeing go through here. So, wow. When they open up into some of the wider trails, some of the athletes that have kind of been kettled in while they've been in single file will open up and maybe pick up a few places, and it will make all the difference to those team standings.
And there is a look
at that, a lot of Spanish.
Yeah, of course.
Spain leading at the moment.
Yeah, in the team battle. And it is Dominic Rolli of Switzerland leading the way. The champion last year in the Swiss Mountain Running Championships. It was around the same kind of distance, just a couple of kilometres shorter of what they will run today, 11.5 kilometres. He covered to take gold in the Swiss Mountain Running Championships last year. Of course, we've already said 5th in the uphill race. He was 4th in the uphill and downhill at the World Championships in September of last year, and does have a couple of individual medals at a European level. But look at this from Petter Engdahl, who has closed on Dominic Rolli and is focused himself. Well, they have taken a wrong turn there, and Petter Engdahl just looking over his shoulder and trying to encourage Dominic Rolli to reconnect, and that's good of Petter Engdahl not to take advantage of Dominic Rolli taking the wrong turn there.
Yeah, I think Engdahl was unlucky not to be one of the chosen 6 on the start line. In the end, we kind of swept across 8 or 10 athletes, and any of them could win. But Engdahl is an athlete that, he was about to duck under the tape. They're being a bit dithery here, aren't they? Essentially, it is one hill, one trail, one cheese, one dream. But they are starting to opt left and right, and they should just actually stick within the tape, stick to the main trail. Bit of indecision creeping in.
Because this is a section that is, you feel, very well marked, isn't it? You can see the tape there, and it's slightly bizarre to see Petter Engdahl, a man of so much experience in ultra trail, where you need to really keep your head screwed on, and you need to keep it awake and alert for hours and hours on end, making almost an error, a big error there early in the early stages of this race. But it is still Engdahl and Rolli who lead, even though it's been a slightly bizarre last 2 minutes of racing for that pair.
It's almost like they wanted to leave and do a bit of orienteering. They knew a better route than the one that the organisers had marked out. On the clock, you can see top left, we're 15 minutes in. It's very hard to say what 13 kilometres will take them to run, because it is slow on the uphill, but fast on the return run. Maybe just outside 60 minutes, 60 to 70 minutes or thereabouts. So a long way to go, but it's quality athletes up front. Let's have a look at this. Which way are you going, fellas? I'm going that way. That's where no, this way, up the hill. So Engdahl just sportingly sort of stopped and waited to make sure that Rolli had followed him. I'm sure that happens a lot. I mean, these events are beautifully marked out, and they've had the opportunity to do recce's. But if you're covering wilderness, kilometre after kilometre, there's bound to be occasions when you make a wrong turn.
Well, we saw it yesterday in the women's race, didn't we? Judith Vida looking to one side and then the other. She wasn't sure if she'd taken the wrong turn.
Completamente diferente. Creo que
Some of
habrá
the
pocos
athletes
corredores
who have competed over the course of the
lo vayan a hacer.
weekend.
Bueno, intentaré recuperar muy bien del uphill y ver cómo estoy el sábado para poder disputarla. Yo tengo muchas ganas, voy a intentar recuperar lo mejor posible y luchar la carrera también.
Yes, I checked the course and it's very technical, especially in the downhills. Yes, I think it's not easy to choose the correct strategy, but yeah, I think it's very various the course, and probably the last lap will be the most important for the first positions, and yes, the field is very strong, and yes, I hope to be ready for my individual race and also for the team race.
Well, we heard from Cesare Maestri there. He was one of those seeded athletes that was shown on the front row of the grid. We also heard from Alan Santamaria as we look at the standings at that first intermediate checkpoint. He mounted a huge charge for Spain in the third quarter of the ultra trail race yesterday. Ultimately, it got him up to third and then he drifted back to fourth. So disappointment for him, but it showed just what could be done. I don't think any of those gaps are significant yet. We saw Maestri at the bottom of the caption in 10th place. He could easily mount a charge, especially on the downhill, to take him into the medal zone. So 19 minutes coming up on the clock. Lots of different nationalities to conjure with in that leading group. Spain going well at a relatively early stage in the team competition. Engdahl there and Rolly still locked together. They can't work together because it's so single file. Our pace camera, the runner cam, is trying to keep up with them. They're flying through there. That's because it's a slight downhill, the first of the slight downhills, but they'll have plenty more climbing still to go over the next 15 minutes or so.
There's a good idea of the impression of the gap, and that is the some of the more technical parts there that we've heard the athletes speak about as they drop down into the downhill, and just how narrow it is, and that steep drop off on the side now where we see our camera operator precariously perched as the stream of athletes now come through behind. Switzerland look to be in a good position for the team battle as well. Seen a couple of their bibs go through. Of course, Spain, we were looking at earlier, packing out the top 10 with their 3 counters, so they're in a good position. Here comes Lukas Oehler of Germany, and you can see just how hard it is for them to keep their footing here. Almost throwing the brakes on, Jeff. You can see when they just try and slow themselves down, the momentum that they've carried down this mountain.
Yeah, they've built up a head of steam and they don't want to lose that, but it is quite treacherous footing. You can see the mud still glistening there from the rain that we had, especially on Friday, just making it a little bit skiddy. So they have to be careful. And there's a little bit of sideways downhill as well. So they've got to not only keep their footing in the direction of travel, but also with the gradient going right to left as they're running. Spain are having a day here. The gaps are not conclusive yet. We've still got 40 minutes of running, but those Spanish intermediate times, and I think they've got 4. So they've got the 3 scorers and a spare, potentially inside the top dozen here. Here we are on this W shape. So it's the first of the descents, but you can see one of the sharpest gradients of the course is coming up. If it was a road sign, it would say adverse camber, wouldn't it? It's like you're trying to hang a right and the hill wants you to go left.
And of course, this is part of the loop section that they will do more than once. And you look at just already where some of the athletes have skidded there and the mark that it's left, and how everyone trying to avoid that. And you mention it perfectly, that Jeff there, the camber, just steering them off in the direction of where our camera operator is based. And then I'm sure he won't want to look over his shoulder at the minute, because it's quite the treacherous drop off down to the other side. But here are our leaders, Dominic Grolli and Petter Engdahl. This is an easier track for them to follow. It's well marked here. We almost saw them steer off the course a couple of minutes ago, but they will loop back round, and now on to this second of the smaller loops before they head out onto the big loop, which is, as we heard from some of the athletes there, where they think that this race will be won and lost.
Just a head-on shot of Rolly there showed him really grimacing. He's absolutely full on here. Switzerland have featured. They're a proud mountain running federation, and they will want to give a good showing in the last opportunity for the senior men. So I think Dominic Rolly is feeling that responsibility, just grimacing a bit, but he is getting clear of not the immediate chaser, Petter Engdahl, but the chasing group. They're starting to open up.
Yeah, they will have high expectations. Switzerland, of course, they always go into races with high expectations on them, given the pedigree that these athletes have in mountain running. They've probably, on the whole, been mountain running. We heard some of the interviews from some of the Slovenians say they don't really think about it as mountain running or anything different to what they're already doing, because it is such a big part of their training, and it has been since they were youngsters. They're so used to training in these Alps, the mountainous regions. But Switzerland taking the gold medal as a team unit in the uphill race, and they'll be looking to do the same once again. But Spain having a very good early start to this race. We're not yet at the halfway point. It's 23 minutes that you can see on the clock, and the next time check will be just shy of halfway at 6 kilometres.
Well, I like this lap format for a couple of reasons. For the spectators, they can take up a position and see the race twice. We can hear the cowbells, the flags of Austria being waved there. It's a nice little wall of noise for the runners to go through, and also for the, God bless them, the team management, who've been able to convey very little information to competitors. They can see them twice and get the message across of standings. Here's Blanesh, who we saw on the start line.
And, I want to check it, but it's going to be fast and furious. Well, the profile is tough at the beginning, and then the last part is faster, so probably saving some energy at the beginning.
Well,
21 degrees, so even warmer than anticipated. Lovely.
Well,
back to 50.
Yeah, I'm sure it's one of those picnic days, and I'm sure plenty have packed their picnics and made their way up to the top of the plateau where they'll see their athletes. We saw some up at Staligrad with, I'm sure they'll be needing the Factor 50 up there. They had their picnics out, the flags ready to go. It won't be too long before we see the athletes come round once again at that part of the course. 6 kilometres is the next time check that we are waiting for. A glorious day in the Alps, and it feels well earned by the athletes, of course, who have had to battle through the last 2 days of rain, fog, sideways wind. It's been really challenging conditions, particularly on the opening day of action on Friday. But for the organising committee as well, they've put a lot of work into staging these championships. And this would be the one day that they would have really hoped the weather would show up for, so everyone can leave Slovenia, leave Kamnik with good memories, a smile on their face, and the photos to boot. Here we are back to Staligrad with the anticipation building. For the second time we'll see the athletes through this loop, with 6 kilometres being the next time check right at the top of this climb through these old crumbling buildings. It's a beautiful visual here, and great for the organising committee to be able to showcase some of the history of Kamnik and some of the traditions that they have here in Slovenia. Saw yesterday the athletes running through the shepherd huts right on the top of Velika Planina, and we saw as well on day one, Jeff, the athletes welcomed over the finish line by the shepherds themselves. They've really brought the culture out and put it front and centre for everyone to see.
Mammoth is my favourite, the mammoth mascot, and as you spotted in the medal ceremonies, they, as well as the individual medals, they get a sort of carved mammoth. The remains of a mammoth were found in the foothills here, and that is the sort of mascot and symbol of the local area. Ida Rutovsky, the race director, was interviewed just ahead of the championship. He's done a fantastic job, the whole team has. And he was saying that if you live in the mountains, you don't really presume the weather is going to be great. You plan for the worst and hope for the best. And in many ways, the weather can blow through 4 seasons in one day, and it will be different at the base than it is higher up. So that's a factor of mountain life, I think. Good weather, you enjoy it. Bad weather, you still get on with it.
Well, we saw that yesterday, didn't we, with the 52-kilometre race. We saw some glimmers of sun right at the start line. There was, that first 6 kilometres through the town. The sun was shining. It all looked good. We thought, what a great day. We're not going to have any fog. As soon as we got up into the mountains, it was full of the cloud cover once again, and even some rain towards the end of the day, some very isolated showers. You can see the German flags being flown high there as well. Here come our leading duo. It's Petter Engdahl who has now pushed past Dominic Rolli, and they have been joined by a third member now.
It's a Spanish vest, I think, potentially in third. We'll see as they come through the gateway, the arch at the top of the rise, and we'll get their intermediate times as well. So Sweden 1, Switzerland 2, Spain 3, and it's Torella, who we did see on the start line, has worked hard to close that gap. Just 5 seconds covering the current podium positions as we await our 4th intermediate time crossing, and we also look at the team positions as well. Belgium, Italy, 1 per nation at the moment in the top 5. And it looks like he's pushing on here, doesn't it, Petter Engdahl? Rolli, well, responding because he knows it's a lonely run to do on his own. They have worked together in different parts of the race, enjoying this nice smooth surface at this point in the race. And the woods beckon with the fallen log. Fantastic crowds out, and of course we've got the hand rattles. We've got the cowbells, we've got the applause, the national flags.
Yeah, great to see a couple of the athletes who have raced in the under-20 races making their way back up, probably on their cool-down run, on their way back up into the mountain to go and support their teammates. And it is a huge part of the community, isn't it? This what we see in mountain racing. As there goes Jan Torella of Spain. Spain having a good day so far. When you look down the splits at 6 kilometres, they have just dropped Blanish, their third scorer at the minute, has dropped well down the order after being in a good position. So that has opened things up for Italy now. By my calculations, Italy finding themselves in a very strong position, but Switzerland not too far away as well. If Roberto De Lorenzi can get himself up the order, it could be another great day for Switzerland.
Well, a lot has changed in the last 500 metres there, hasn't it? Because the gaps are almost nothing. We had 5-10 seconds, but 1 or 2 of the chasing athletes have taken the opportunity to close down. Still looks like we've got something like 6 different nationalities in the first 7. Those are the second and third scorers. Still inside the first dozen leaders at the moment. France, Switzerland, Germany, Italy, France. Well, pick a team out of that. These are the standings. There's a whole array of flags there. The only one that's duplicated that I can see is Spain. But as Ellen mentioned, the third scorer for Spain is going in the wrong direction right now, going through a bad patch.
Yeah,
That's Blanes, who was favoured to do well.
Italy, though, on quite the charge, and Switzerland in a good position as well. Those two with two flags, two athletes in the top 10. And Switzerland, of course, plenty of anticipation around what they can do. Here is a look at the next couple of kilometres have in store for athletes as they make their way around this bigger loop through the forest. I wonder how much we'll be able to see of them on this slightly bigger loop as they make their way round, and they'll loop back down onto the way that they came up. Here's where it rejoins with that smaller loop that we saw the under 20 athletes take on, and of course the first two loops of the senior race, and then it is back down into the town centre, just a couple of lefts and right, and then a long stretch where they will be able to, if there is an outright leader, soak it up all the way back in. But how good would it be, Jeff, if after just under 13 kilometres we end up with a sprint finish to decide the medals after what we hope will be a really interesting second half of this race. We have two out front together, and then a good chase pack gathering behind.
Could happen. It could happen. It could come down, certainly for the team places, to sprints in the town centre on very tired legs.
Dobrodošla, gospa predsednica. Welcome to the European Championship here in Kamnik in Slovenia. It's an honor having the president and such big events. Kako komentirate, da smo dobili tako veliko prireditev v Kamnik?
Najprej najlepša hvala za povabilo. Jaz sem vedno presenečena, pa zdaj pravzaprav niti ne več, kako Slovenci vedno dobro organiziramo mednarodna tekmovanja. I'm always pleasantly surprised, but not even anymore, because I know that Slovenians are good organizers, and my hometown, I have to ascend this, Kamnik, has proven that this is the case also in this championship.
Whenever president comes, it gives a special note. Kakšna je vaša poslanica danes tukaj organizatorjem in Kamniku?
Šport je slovenski ponos. Mi smo dobri v tako veliko športih, da nam cel svet zavida in me velikokrat sprašujejo, kaj za božjo voljo delate v vaši državi, da imate toliko vrhunskih športnikov. So I'm always proud to say that Slovenia is the land of sports, and a lot of my fellow colleague presidents are asking me, what on earth are you doing in your country that you do have so many good athletes in so many sports? Slovenija vedno pri športu pokaže tisto enotnost. Jaz kot političarka seveda moram to poudariti, zato ker mi takrat res zaigra srce. Takrat ni levo, desno, ampak smo vsi pod slovensko zastavo in navijamo za vse športnike. So as a politician, I'm especially proud that sports unites us. You know, there are no left and right in this regard. We always cheer for, of course, firstly Slovenian athletes, but then for everybody. And the reason why I'm here, I'm an honorary patron of this championship, and it's my pleasure to be here to applaud, to cheer for all the competitors. And I found out that there are 600 of them from 33 countries. That's a huge success, and I wish you all the best to you, to the organizers.
Hvala lepa. Thank you for supporting everyone here.
You're more than welcome. Dobrodošli. Prosim.
Hvala lepa.
Well, what a nice interview. And I'm always in awe of people that can just flip between two languages just like that in the blink of an eye, because essentially I can only do English loudly or very loudly. That's my bilingualism.
No, it is great to have the president here watching all the action today. It has been it was a good day, wasn't it, for Slovenia in the women's under-20 race too, finishing in the top 10, and a real big push at the end to try and get Slovenia over the line. And onto the podium in the team competition. We'll bring you 4 sets of results, of course, through the day. One more race to go after this one. We are 36 minutes into the elite men's race in the penultimate race of the European Off-Road Running Championships.
And we only have one more checkpoint to come, so that will be at 11.5 kilometres. They went through 6 kilometres in 28 minutes, so you can see we've had a further 8 minutes since then, a few more minutes, maybe until we see them as well, because they're on very narrow and heavily wooded trails.
I think it's also very fast, short one, and it's going to be very hard one also, but I really love this type of races. I think these downhills are very fast ones, so you have to have very good legs in the final part, because if you don't have motor in the downhills, if that ones are not technical, I think you can also go with only motor.
Yeah, so actually the up and down race is the race that I prefer, and yeah, so I tried it some days ago, and I like it really a lot, because it's we have really everything: steep parts, technical parts, fast part, and yeah, a lot of up and downs, and I like it a lot. I think my strong part is the downhill, so yeah, I hope to give my best there, and yeah, let's see how it will go after 2 days after the uphill. But yeah, two years ago was super. 2 days after the uphill, so yeah, let's try to do the same thing.
The two athletes that we heard from there were Jan Torella of Spain and Roberto Di Lorenzi of Italy. Their challenge is very much still alive. At the last checkpoint, Torella was leading the line for Spain in 3rd place, so pretty much alongside the two long-term leaders. And Di Lorenzo would only been a few seconds back in 11th, as that peloton had started to gain ground on the leaders. So still anybody's race as we coming up to 40 minutes in what we anticipate might be a 70-minute race or thereabouts.
Yeah, Switzerland need Roberto Di Lorenzi to start to click through the gears. The reigning champion in this discipline. He finished just ahead of Lucas Erler in France 2 years ago even. And it will be the European Championships that head to Switzerland next. So he wants to put on a good showing before 2 years' time in Switzerland. The Swiss team in a good place with Dominic Gorali in 2nd. They then have Nathan Warner. He is within the top 10, so you feel, Jeff, if Roberto Di Lorenzi can start to force himself forward, click through the gears maybe, it could be Switzerland's day. Italy well in the mix as well for a team medal. Spain still there as well, although, as we said already, they're 3rd place man moving backwards rather than forwards as we head back to the course.
One of the surprises on the current standings is how far down Erler is. Lucas Erler, having seen his sister win the junior title, was very prominent in the town section early stages of the race, but he has drifted back. At the moment, he's still within a minute of the lead at the last checkpoint, but he's down around about 20th or 25th place. So a bit of work to do still for the Erler clan in this one, as we look back at the 40-minute point to see whether we've had another surge or whether, even though they're in single file, essentially that leading group is in formation. Here they come. It is still Rolly leading. It is still Engdahl in 2nd. And the Spanish challenge from Jan Torella, who we heard from just now. We're going to run with them for a little while. Apologies if the pictures break up a little bit, but this is what it looks like and feels like to them. I feel like this will be one of the decisive uphills. We'll watch them come through. Again, nothing to choose but it's the gaps of, oh, that was a stumble, I guess, from Engdahl that we're just looking at. Stayed on his feet, though.
Yeah, able to recover quickly. You feel that he's been some moments that could have gone one way for Petter Engdahl, but he is still in the top three, of course. Him, Rolly and Toleya, as we see the back of Jan Toleya once again of Spain there. Highest ranked athlete, but Alejandro Garcia is not too far behind this leading pack, but this is the breakaway trio who are working together coming up this climb. Very few opportunities to run more than single file as they come through the woods. Of course, apologies for the disruption on the camera picture. It is, as I'm sure everyone is well aware, so hard to get the signal for the cameras through the trees. It's a really densely packed forest, and we will go back and forth to this elite men's race as and when we can to pick up the race with our leading trio of Petter Engdahl of Sweden, Dominic Rolly of Switzerland and Jan Toleya of Spain, with Spain and Switzerland being the teams to watch for the team battle, as well as Switzerland looking to find themselves top of the podium once again after the uphill race. Here is the fourth placed athlete.
That is still the Belgian athlete, Max Drion de Champ. Yeah, I think he's been dropped a little bit. Those three up ahead are working off each other, taking it in turns to push on. And the intensity of that battle is meaning that he's now a little bit isolated in fourth. And it is, as we know, in a championship, there are only 3 medals. It is the loneliest of positions, especially when you can't even see them up ahead.
And he will be used to it. Of course, there's our cameraman also going down there. As down he goes. Oh, it's so hard, isn't it, on this gradient, Jeff? If you put 1 foot wrong, and you might even think just glancing down at it is the right place to put your toes. Anything, you don't know what is under particularly in this leaf, the leaves on the bottom of the track there, and also the loose sticks as well just can roll out from under you and cause some issues, particularly when it has been wetter over the course of the last couple of days, and these trails wouldn't have fully recovered from that yet. You can see some of the mud. It's not obviously that too muddy underfoot, but it is of course contributing a little bit further down to some of the poor conditions underfoot, and something the athletes are going to have to be alert to, as we see some of the French team make their way through Italy as well. Italy in a good position in the team battle currently. Switzerland as well, and they need their markers to start clicking up the gears. I wonder if that's Nathan Varner.
I think that was Alberto Venda, who will be the 3rd scorer for Italy at the moment. I think that, look at this. I mean, it absolutely tells you how hard this is. Your lungs just can't get enough air in. That was the leading British athlete going through there. I think that was Matthew Knowles. But there is a whole horde of runners behind him. So it is going to be hard to maintain position. There's the high point on the course. That's nearly being reached. And after that, we are at the top of the W. And that old phrase, it's all downhill from here. Well, it is. It is. That will be the final run-in. They worked hard. They won't be there for the views. They'll be there for the oxygen and the medals. And let's hope we get an absolutely barnstorming final downhill run for our final men's championship of Kamnik 2026. This is further back. We're looking at the athletes in around about 20th, 21st position there. It's hard, isn't it? It's making me feel breathless watching this.
You can see how soft it is as you see some of the mud, the sticks roll down the gradient here as through come athletes from Denmark, France, some having to break into that hike, others just finding it easier to chop the stride, increase the cadence, and just keep that momentum going as much as they can. And as we saw there on the graphic, the last big uphill. It is all downhill after this, and they're not too far away from the summit. Our leaders, at least, will shortly be coming over the summit, and then it will be a Nice downhill into the town centre. We'll check in with the team once again, the leading athletes. Is that Lucas Erler who we're seeing come through the picture? I think he's quite far down there. You can see with his glasses quite a recognisable face, and well, he'll be bitterly disappointed to be this far adrift from the leading group.
I think maybe he committed too much to those opening sections to be at the front, and some of those that have come through have done it from much further back. These are great pictures. Look at this. And as you say, you put your foot down on what looks like good footing, and the leaves just wheel spin away underneath you, and you're back where you started. It's tough. It's a bit like, in my mind, like a medley, individual medley in the swimming. Those leading three competitors will know each other well, and they will know that somebody is really good at the freestyle leg at the end. Somebody is really good at downhill descending. Who is it in that leading three? And are they going to show their hand right from the top of the summit, or are they going to bide their time until it gets steep and they can really hit fifth gear overdrive?
Well, we heard that, didn't we, yesterday from Fred Chanshan after he finished his race. He was speaking about how well he knew Daniel Patys could perform, and that the best time to then kick on. And when he made that decisive move, that was that, wasn't it? And a commanding lead all the way to the end. No one could match Chanshan once he put the foot on the gas coming up the uphill, knowing that on the downhill he'd really reap the rewards. Here we go back to, is this our leading pack? That looks like a Spanish vest.
Well, this is the summit, and it's Engdahl. Yeah, Engdahl has kicked on ahead of Torella and the long-term leader, Dominic Rolli. If it's a day for views, that is a 10 out of 10 view. It's nice to hear the cheers echoing through the forest, and the flags have been strapped against the trees. If you're on your hands and knees and wondering whether your life has meaning, at least you're getting your country cheered on and the cowbells are going. But this could be the long run for home, and it's the Spaniard. It is Torella. Are we looking at the lead? I'm just looking behind. The picture's freezing a little bit. Got different combinations of yellow and orange vests.
Yeah. It does look. I saw the sort of flash of red and that yellow of Sweden behind, but it does look like it's Jan Tolea who has made an early charge for home. We will get a time check and we'll be able to bring that to you once again at 11.5 kilometres, and then after that it's only a couple of kilometres into the town centre, and it is their confirmation. Jan Tolea leading the way for Spain, and just look over the shoulder, Petter Engdahl nowhere to be seen. It's Dominic Rolli still holding on to second place. And you wonder just how much damage this attack from Jan Tolea has done to Petter Engdahl, who has dropped down the order here.
This is race number 9 out of 10, and I don't think Spain have won an individual gold, Ellen, just thinking back over the last couple of days. So he's absolutely inspired. It's not all downhill, as you can see. There are still crinkly lines on the course profile, so he's got to adapt from the staccato steps uphill to freewheeling downhill. But I do suspect he is the best of the downhill runners, because that attack, while we were off camera, was pretty emphatic.
You do wonder what's going through the mind of Dominic Rolli. He has a silver medal from 2022 in these championships. That was in the uphill. Backed it up a couple of days later with a bronze in the up and downhill. And of course, this competition narrowly missed out on the podium at the World Championships in the up and downhill, finishing 4th. He was 5th in the uphill. He will, you feel, the podium almost secured, where you can't see Petter Engdahl anywhere on the footage. He's dropped well back, and no one was challenging those front three anyway, were they, Jeff? So you do feel the medal confirmed for Dominic Rolli, but he's never finished atop the podium in an individual race at European Championships. Could today be the day? He'll need to keep hot on the heels, though, of Jan Tolea, who is pushing the pace for Spain, and Spain in a very good position as well when you look back at the team rankings as things stand.
And even over 75 minutes of running, it can be just a moment of inspiration or a momentary error that can be critical. He's got to stay on his feet. He's got to keep on the right route, and he's got to just distribute his effort very, very carefully over these closing stages. But they are now more or less at the high point of the course and making their way back down to what we see there, the finish in Kamnik, where the president is from. for the final male race of the day. Just the senior women's up and downhill races to come. It's the same Pantone reference for the roofs as it is for the all-weather track, isn't it? It's that sort of what do we call that? You were giving it a name for the rooftops.
I think I would go maybe a burnt orange, but maybe it's there. I think when you get closer, it does have more of the red about it. So I'm sure there is a technical term, because they are everywhere, aren't they? It's so distinguishable. I think back to the championships in Maribor last year, the European Team Championships, the 3rd and 2nd division held in Slovenia, and we saw loads of the beauty shots as we do the gorgeous churches. You can see one in the centre of your picture there. We've seen plenty through this race, and you'll see more, of course, with the women's 13-kilometre up and downhill to come. Great to see the dog representation today, Jeff. There's been plenty around the course, and one of those has very little legs. I wonder how he feels about having to go all the way up this mountain for that vantage point.
I think the green of the Slovenian vests, the Pantone, matches the fields, the pastures, not the forest, doesn't it? In a very green country.
Very, very different, because on the Sunday you have to be a very, very good athlete on uphill, but also downhill, and have very good speed also on flat parts. So I think it will be very interesting to try my best, and I think I can do a better result on this one, because I'm French champion on this up and down, so let's try my best, and we'll see.
Next checkpoint that we get in this final men's race of the day will be at, well, it's quite imminent at 11.5 kilometres. About 17 minutes of running still to come, and the bulk of it is quite sharply downhill. Can't quite see the finish line nestling in the centre of that shot there, but it will be back the way they came. And we've just had that checkpoint at 53.26. Torella. Let's see what the margin is. Well, the dogs bark and the runners move. And that was, I'm going off the Torella and Rolly are now just 16 seconds apart at the 11.5 kilometre split. So, but the direction of traffic there, I think, is Torella going away. There's quite the contest going on behind, though, because these gaps, which will be reflected in the intermediate times at 11.5 kilometres very shortly, throw the team medals wide open.
Yeah, just look at that. Petter Engdahl has gone through the 11.5 kilometre mark, almost a minute behind Jan Torella. The gap that he's been able to open up, the Spaniard, has been huge on Engdahl. Like you say, still not massive between him and Dominic Rolly. There could be an opportunity for Rolly to come back. But when you look back to Petter Engdahl, he's had nothing to respond to this short, sharp burst of Jan Torella. And it's arguably not surprising. Petter Engdahl has so many strengths in the ultra running distance. He can go for hours and hours and hours, and is so accomplished over the longer distances. He says he's looking to do shorter distance stuff now because the toll it's taken on him mentally and physically, repeatedly going out and doing the longer distance. There's an interesting one. Martin Nilsson, Jeff, up into sixth. So where is then the next best Swedish athlete? I think you have got to look quite a long way down the order. It may be is it Linus Hultgaard, who is way down the order. So I think despite Hultgaard quite some way out of the picture here. So despite having two in the top six, I would be surprised if Sweden can find their way onto the podium here.
Well, the skill set that Engdahl now needs is to defend that individual bronze medal position on the downhill run. He's got to do it for about 15 or 20 minutes, and it's about a 40-second lead that he has over the next chaser. But that's going to be tough because he's gone through a bad patch. He's drifted away from gold and silver. As we look at Rolly in second place, about 16 seconds back. Always a bit of a grimacer, so that doesn't necessarily mean he's going badly, but it will be stressful, this. They've given a lot to reach the high point on the course, and now they plunge back towards the centre of town for the finish, knowing that there are some really high-quality runners behind them. Let's have a look at these standings and the gaps. Italy, you can see, with 3 inside 9 as things currently stand. So they are going exceptionally well. Spain now have the leader. Second place has drifted back to 10th. So that could be quite marginal for their medal shot.
Yeah, as things stand, Italy in a very strong position, and Spain, if they can get their markers ahead of Alberto Venda of Italy, then they could find themselves in a good position to take the victory in the team competition. Still, Roberto De Lorenzi hasn't kicked on in the manner that he would have needed to, the reigning champion. He really needed to start clicking through the gears and climbing up the mountain, up the way of Nathan Varner, to really help Dominic Rolly's attempt to not just put himself on the podium, but the team back on top spot as well, after the quartet took the gold medal in the uphill race through the rain, the fog, the inclement conditions on Friday morning. It seems a long time ago now. There's been hours and hours of racing, and all through this beautiful scenery here in Slovenia. Is that our fourth place man, Drion de Chapois? And I think it is, because he's closely flanked there by the Italian, who is not yet out of the medal picture.
4th, 5th, 6th we're looking at. But this is the leader, the champion in waiting, taking advantage of a beautiful downhill and some nice smooth running underfoot. This is Jan Torreira of Spain, and if we can keep a look back, looks like he's going well. I think this is his strength, this running, the arms flailing at the side. He's balanced, he's smooth, he's strong in the quads. Getting encouragement from the Germans there. They may not know that they have men challenging behind. This is where it does look very Tour de France-ish, isn't it? We're back into the town centre, so we're in the closing stages. So it's not going to be a 70-minute race. It's going to be a 60-something minute race, and they are not catching Torreira at this point. He can enjoy it.
Yeah, he looks over his shoulder.
Back, so he knows he's got 10 seconds at least over the chasers.
Look at his
watch. And he looks
as
at his
well.
watch. What's that going to tell him? You run 13 kilometres. Congratulations.
I think there must be a split that pops up there, because we saw it on the under-20 race as well. Before the turn, they take a look at their watch on that corner. Almost everyone has done that. So I wonder whether, depending on what they're measuring in their watch, I presume it's in kilometres, there must be a kilometre split around there. And that would make sense with the distance of the race. He takes a turn, and it won't be long until we see him come around the corner. I think maybe even some of the checking of the shoulder at that point is just to ensure that there's enough time for them to run over and grab a flag from one of their team, who will be scattered along this long straight. There goes the flag. I think he's just picked it up, and he is well confirmed as the champion here, and now able to enjoy his moment.
Final turn into the straight. It is a big win individually for Jan Torreira, and it is a big win for Spain. They're first at Kamnik 2026. He takes the men's uphill and downhill title. Good work.
Well, what a picture that was. The emotion as he crossed the line. He couldn't quite believe it, could he? But he's done all the hard work. A decisive attack that split the top three, and a top three that's full of so much experience at these championships. And now Jan Torreira with his gold medal over to see his teammates, his friends. I'm sure he'll have plenty. It's a really strong Spanish contingent who have made the journey out, and now he waits for the arrival of second and third. But just look at the margin that he's built up through the closing stages, Jeff. It's a spectacular run, a perfectly timed race, and a margin of victory that is just so great.
A great downhill runner, that's clearly a strength. This is the early leader, but he's held on for a silver medal. Dominic Rolli punches the air and celebrates that with Switzerland. Now they're going to both look back as we are, because there's going to be drama around these team positions because the gaps are so close. It's all about the places. It's all about getting the lowest score from 3 across the line. We await our individual bronze medalist. And I think Petter Engdahl is going to have been able to defend that on that very sharp downhill run to the finish. Kind of deserves it because he was a member of the podium club for most of the race, but he definitely had a bad patch near the high point of the course. Yep, celebrating. It's Wavy Davy. It is Petter Engdahl of Sweden who is going to grab the final men's individual podium place. Behind him, the nearest challenger cut down the distance. It's going to be a 4th place position for the Italian. And look at the gaps now piling in. Maestri takes the 4th place position. Then Drion Duchambois, the best finish of the weekend for Belgium. Then 2 for Sweden. They will wait to see what comes around the turn in a yellow vest. Is it going to be Spain? Is it going to be Sweden who closed their 3rd man quickest? Watching it from overhead, Italy are going to run away with this team title as long as their 3rd finisher managed to stay on his feet and keep the momentum going. And that is it, I think. He raises a finger in the air because although he hasn't won the individual title, Italy have taken gold and they know it. The maths was done many minutes ago. Now the Spanish challenge laid down. He's happy enough to finish. So it is going to be the gold team medal for Italy. Spain now have 2 inside the top 10. Switzerland could spring a surprise. This is their 2nd finisher after the individual silver for Rolli.
Yeah, they'll be waiting on the arrival of Roberto Di Lorenzi, who I think is just coming across the line now. Spain very happy with the position they've found themselves. Di Lorenzi, the reigning champion, couldn't find it in the legs today. But it does look with Switzerland.
Switzerland, yeah.
Yeah, maybe across the line. Who have we got in? We've got Italy, Spain, and now Switzerland.
Italy have won it. It's we'll await the official confirmation of who took the silver and bronze places, but it could come down to one position. One big run for home once they got back onto the tarmac could make the difference between being on the podium and not. We're still within 4 minutes. The first 18 finishers still within 4 minutes of the winner. So this has been a very tightly packed race, more than we would have necessarily expected for an hour's running.
Okay, Jan, congrats, European champion, up and down. How close was it?
No, I don't believe that. It was amazing, and for me, a dream come true. There is a lot of work behind with a very strong team, and I suffer a lot with these amazing guys that are super strong. Today I bring my heart and all my body at his limit, and I try to battle until the finish line.
A lot of suffering, but any enjoyment as well, maybe on the course?
Well, sometimes enjoying, but it's very short to enjoy. But yeah, sometimes I had very good feelings and I was enjoying a lot. But then in the final part, I was like full gas with all I had, and that's it.
But now it's time to enjoy. Yeah. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, he's so well spoken, isn't he, Jeff? We've seen a lot of his interviews over the course of the last couple of days. Just 22 years old, the up and down Spanish champion, now the European champion here in 2026 in Kamnik, as confirmation of the results there as we see the main square here in the town centre. And we are not too far away from the start of the senior women's race. They'll clear the course first. Of course, the start and the finish line the same place, so they'll have to make sure all the athletes come through before we can get underway with the women's race, scheduled for 12:15 Central European time, running the same course, 13 kilometres, 2 small loops, and then the bigger loop to finish things off. The up, down, up, down, up, down race of the day. 3 ups, 3 downs, and that long descent into the town centre proving crucial today for Jan Torreira as he launched his attack. And a long run for home, but a dominant performance from the 22-year-old Spaniard. You can see just how to see bagpipes atop of a Slovenian mountain.
In Slovenia. Yeah, it's ultimately endurance racing is about economy. It's about distribution of effort and leaving enough in the tank for the points that matter. And he was the master there. He gets the black belt for judging his effort and saving his energy perfectly. Final
also,
men's champion,
yeah,
Jan Torreira.
Just look at where he had to do the work on the narrow trails as well. To go from 15 places down, he must have used that bit where they swing around. Here he comes through. Here you can see him. He's swinging around and then onto the trails once again. But he did the work required when he needed to. A really intelligent racer for 22 years old to get himself in the position where coming round on the final time, he was there and ready to launch the attack.
Yeah, we're counting them down. The champion just coming round the turn there. So came from a long, long way back. I'm glad that Dominic Rolli, he's a very distinguished mountain racer. I'm glad he got a silver medal because he left his mark on the race with the way that he ran it, the way that he set the pace and put in the initial surges and managed to hang on. There he is. At different points he led, but I think ultimately he can be very, very satisfied with that silver as we enjoy the final run into town with the newest champion of
And as you mentioned, Jeff, it is Spain's first gold medal of these championships. They had a bronze in the under-20 women's. It's no surprise to see France leading the way with 3 gold medals, 3 silvers and 2 bronze medals, and plenty of that coming from the work of the under-20 men's team. Here is the weather at the finish line down in the main square, 24 degrees. Well, we are getting closer and closer, aren't we, Jeff? Central European time edging towards midday. And, well, that will play its part, won't it, for these women who may need to just use those aid stations, the water stations along the course a little bit more wisely.
I think what actually happens is they take on board fluids at the start in more conspicuous numbers. So you'll see them, the bottles will be thrown to them on the start line. They will be drinking in the last half hour, and then that gives them the extra seconds so they don't need to take it. They might take a bottle to just cool themselves off, not necessarily to drink over the shoulders and the thighs to dissipate heat, but 24 degrees, who'd have thought it when everything was umbrellas and waterproofs on Friday.
And we had the really humid day yesterday, up to around, was it 80% humidity, maybe even greater than that. And now all showing up on the final day of competition. And what a glorious shot that is. That is the same time check that will be used at 3.5 at 6 kilometres as well at the women's race. And I'm sure plenty go up there. You can see the little vantage point that they have. I'm sure plenty of photographs are taken up there every year. And, well, this time around, seeing it from a different angle, the brilliant shots from our helicopter.
We are going to have finishers coming for quite a while. That's why the final women's race of the championships is at 12:15 local time. That is just over half an hour from now, because we'll have quite a few men finishing and using up the start-finish area until probably beyond 12 o'clock. So, yeah, there are some isolated, lonely and plucky runs that have been put in here for some of the smaller nations and some of the debutant international athletes. We salute all of them. And it's very nice to be able to spectate on a day like this. It was a bit more committed yesterday, wasn't it? But even if you're not a sports fan, even if you're not a running fan, why not just soak up 24 degrees with a drink, with a beverage? Nice vantage point to see the race start and finish in a beautiful town. One more chance to do that coming up.
Well, here is the competition schedule, and of course only one more race to go today. It's in around half an hour's time. We'll just be waiting on the final of our male athletes to come across this shared start-finish line, and then it will be time for our elite senior women, the final race of competition here, the European Athletics Off-Road Running Championships, Ljubljana-Kamnik 2026. It gets underway at 12:15 Central European time, and we will be back shortly to pick up with the start line scenes for that race. 12:15 Central European time for the start of the up and downhill mountain race for our elite senior women.
Luš je ugasil. To grem en prav v stricah na živce, zaskopaš. Če sem na motorju, pa ne veš, je signal šel ven, aj to, aj on. Takrat, kadar grem gledat, se je on ugasnil, takrat pa rečem, jebe se meni, pa čez 10 minut pokličem, tudi 10 minut te že ni. Ja. Ne, se je vsem ugasnil. Če po moja kamera noter še kar. Beko, what's up? oh man, like.
Back to Kamnik, we are right in the town centre, and you can see our athletes for our final race of the European Athletics Off-Road Running Championships going through their final preparations. It's a 13.1 kilometre course that they face. We have seen it for the men's race. Of course, if you are just joining us now for this final race of the championships, we will refresh the memory of this course. Some final moments. The love heart, that is the symbol that they're using here in Slovenia, isn't it? The I Feel Love graphics all over the course, and particularly here in the town centre, where they've done an excellent job of hosting these championships, and particularly for the last couple of days as well. And you have to say, today in its entirety, with this gorgeous weather, they've done a great job of selling the competition.
Yeah.
And well, we just saw a glimpse of the Irish team, and in there as well, Jeff, one of the runners who was interviewed at the end of the open race, the Irish team manager who had sent her team off, got them underway, and then made sure that she went and raced herself in the open race. And there is of course so much going on around the town centre. Those open races are a huge part. We haven't seen many of them, have we, Jeff? But a real great asset to what is going on at these off-road running championships, bringing through the next generation, as well as those who want to go and test themselves on the same course as our senior athletes. Here is the lineup for the women's up and downhill mountain race. It is like an upside down W is how we've been selling it for the men. So keep your eyes on Nelly Clement, a young athlete who performed so well in the uphill championships. Christelle de Waal didn't have her day, unfortunately, in those uphill championships. Got clipped on the line, went down. There's a strong British contingent who will be up against Christelle de Waal today. She brings so much experience, doesn't she? You can see Scout Adkin back in there as well. She will be desperate to find her way onto the podium after a disappointing day in the uphill championships. Always interesting to see the contingent from the Netherlands. There's, of course, a very flat part of Europe, but they've got three, so all three counters. Remember, the top three for a nation across the line, and they will be the counters for the team medals that are given out once everyone is over the line. A couple there for Switzerland, one runner for Turkey, and then the three from Ukraine rounding out the start list. We'll meet the athletes shortly. They'll all be lined up. Here we go. They're just... I think the organising committee trying to find those who have been highlighted as our athletes to keep an eye on ahead of this race, and they're just being weaved through the crowd so we can meet them ahead of things getting started here. It's an early call to the start line. We're about a couple of minutes, 8 minutes away from things kicking off, and it has been getting warmer and warmer through the day, hasn't it, Jeff? We're now up to around 25 degrees. The sun is beating down, and that will come into play early on in this race with the athletes wanting to take on as much fluid as they can before the gun goes off here.
Yeah, you can see them, Nelly Clement there just sipping away, and the Swiss athlete behind her. If you get well enough hydrated pre-race in a race of just barely an hour, it's not always necessary to take on board fluids. Maybe cooling off a sponge or water over the top. If I was the team manager, I would be saying to the athletes, the winner of the previous race, the course that you're about to run, was in 15th towards the end of the first lap. Do not go off too mad, because it so often it hasn't paid off here, and certainly for team packing, a conservative start in 25 degrees would be wise.
So there is Nelly Clement back to the start line, and lining up next to the two British athletes, Naomi Lang and Scout Adkin. You can see there Great Britain and Northern Ireland will be looking for a good performance as a group today. They had a gold medal, of course, in the uphill race. We all had eyes on Scout Adkin after the performance of her brother Jacob in the earlier race on that day on Friday, but it was Morven Goodrum who took a dominant victory over 2.5 minutes in the uphill race. There's the Bulgarian team staff, the team delegation, looking to get the
great Uncle
final
Bulgaria.
pictures. Those great pictures. Everyone wants a snap of their athletes on the line, don't they? And all the athletes, I'm sure, will be wanting their pictures afterwards to post on social media. And if you are following the race here with us, of course, on YouTube, do make sure you head over to the European Athletics Instagram page, and our new Instagram, which is all for off-road running, road running. It's EA Running. Make sure you go follow that page on Instagram. There is Nelly Clement, who was a big winner. She took the bronze medal, but still such a young athlete. She's been on the rise through the cross-country scene over the course of the last couple of years. She took the bronze, as we said, on Friday, and is back for more today, as is Scout Adkin, 5th on Friday. She'll be looking to improve her medal hopes. Someone who took a bronze medal at the World Championships in the short trail is Great Britain and Northern Ireland's Naomi Lang. Next to her, Hannah Grober won her second German title this year. She was 7th in the uphill race. And Svitolina Kobets of Ukraine, the other athlete that we are highlighting here. We're expecting to see Christelle Duval as well, but I think not making the start list, at least not being highlighted here for this this race in the women's up and downhill, as we've still got a little way to go, 5 minutes left before we kick things off in this race, and that is why we can see the Ukrainian athlete take the opportunity just to rest the legs a little bit before they get started up the climb.
Yeah, it's the last chance for an upset. I think a lot of the races have followed a certain pattern where the podium is established fairly early, the winner less so. And we have seen some real delight from first-time championship runners in the under-20s. But these are very, very experienced athletes. They'll all know each other, especially across that front row. Veterans in the sense of multiple championships events and Skyrunner races. So they'll know who will be the athletes to beat here. Lang is in great form, and alongside her, added to the start list, was Scout Adkin. And I think, notwithstanding that team gold medal for Great Britain, she might be slightly disappointed with her individual showing in the uphill only race on Friday. She's had the extremes of the weather, hasn't she? Because on Friday, when she came atop the hill from hell, she will have had absolutely biblically bad downpours and lashing wind and rain. And look at it here, it's like the height of summer, sunbathing weather. We're concerned about hydration strategies. We weren't worried about any of that on Friday, were we?
No, I think they were being forcefully hydrated by that sideways rain, weren't they, as they came out of the forest and up onto the crest of the plateau, and then having to scramble over those wet rocks. It really was quite the scene, and you can watch those races back, of course, and go and see all the behind-the-scenes action on the EA Running Instagram. The British duo next to each other, Adkin and Lang. Keep your eyes on both of them. I'm sure we will see them carrying the front of the field along with Nelly Clement as well. What a couple of days she has had, crowned French mountain racing champion for the 3rd year in a row, and then has come over to Slovenia and taken bronze in the uphill race. This the up and downhill race now. We are waiting to get underway. 3 minutes to go until we see our women take to the 13-kilometre course. Grober there as well, wearing the cap, the German hope. She's had a handful of really good results in the course of the last year, and she says that she's really proud of seeing how far she's come. She didn't make the German under-20 championships when she was younger, and this has given her a real opportunity to prove what she can do in a German vest, and has been falling in love with the sport ever since she was 16 years old during a high school exchange to Albuquerque in the USA, part of her school exchange, and from then hasn't stopped running, and now has her opportunities to prove herself in a German vest.
We're 90 seconds away from our final start. They're being called forward to the mats, which will be the actual start line. This is 78 athletes from 25 countries. Now, those top seeds being introduced to the crowd in person. I can tell you it takes 12 seconds per athlete to introduce.
Well, it's great to see the smile on the face of Nelly Clement. Still such a young athlete. 9th in the under-23 championships at the European cross country last year, and you can see, Jeff, as she's looking around, she's looking at names who have dominated the sport for many a year in Naomi Lang and Scout Adkin, and they're holding her own up at on the start line and looking to back up her bronze medal in the uphill race. Nelly Clement, the French athlete with the ribbon in her hair. Keep your eyes on her. Everyone poised and ready to go. Less than a minute until we will hear the gun sound and we will be underway in our final race of the European Off-Road Running Championships.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. On your mark.
Underway, a little bit of pushing and shoving, but we are cleanly away in our final race of the 2026 European Athletics Off-Road Running Championships, the last race of what has been a spectacular 3 days here in Slovenia. We've had all weather conditions, we've had every manner of off-road racing. We had a brilliant trail race yesterday. It kicked off with plenty of these women who took on the uphill race through the rain, through the fog on Friday, and coming back now having to wear the sunglasses and the caps for this final race of the weekend. The women's up and downhill race, 13 kilometres. They will go through a 1 kilometre section here on the road, relatively quick, and then they are launched up the mountain. The gradient increases incredibly quickly as they go up the steep slopes, up the trails. 2 small laps and then a big lap, and they'll be back down into the town centre in well over an hour's time. It's a long race, not as long as of course we had yesterday in the trail race, but still a lot longer than they had for the uphill championships on day one. There's the bagpipes once again, Jeff, as we see the Great British team, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, with plenty of athletes. 2 big favourites, Naomi Lang and Scout Adkin, going in this one, and could find themselves in a good position in the team championship as well. And well, not something you expect to see in the slopes of Slovenia, is it? A bagpipes, or expect to hear them, but it will be a welcome sound for the.
She's Scottish, so
Yeah.
even better than British. She's Scottish, so there are Scottish supporters that go to every single World and European cross country, the Tartan Army. This is an offshoot group from them. You mentioned the shades and the caps being in operation. If you have a quick look at the footwear, there are some slightly different choices that were made as against those that ran on Friday, where they needed a lower profile, grippier shoe. Here, the super shoes are more in evidence for that propulsion that you get from the carbon fibre plate and the memory foam. So they have gone for the higher stack heights in some cases. We know there are slippery sections of the course to come, but there's an awful lot of firm running where the super shoes will give them literally a lift.
And all very bunched together. This is a stark comparison, isn't it, Jeff, to what we've seen in all the other races today. The 3 that have preceded this, a mob of athletes all lined up behind Hannah Grober of Germany.
I've been corrected. Naomi Lang is Scottish as well. That's why it's double bagpipes for the Scots that were on the seeded athletes introduced on the start line. Thank you, Jackie Newton in Denmark. This is a more conservative, conspicuously, isn't it? They're very relaxed, very free-flowing. The men were a little bit intense. We already had Rolly and Engdahl forcing the issue early on, and also 1 or 2 others on the early road sections. This looks like it's a more considered effort.
Taking it on early on is Nelly Clement of France. Grober just dropping back, letting her do some of the work. Good representation of the Swiss vests in there as well. Spain packing well in the early part of this race. Remember, the top 3 across the line are the counters for the team race, and it is the lowest of the points all added up. So 1 point for first, second, then 2 points, and the lowest cumulative points will win the team competition. Great Britain and Northern Ireland with the good representation right at the top of this race. You can see Naomi Lang in there, Scout Adkin as well, and the 3rd British counter in there as well. 4 going for Great Britain and Northern Ireland in this race.
There's a river runs through the centre of Kamnik, so it is all very flat and level. And look at the incline. It's almost like getting onto an escalator, except you've got to do it all on foot. So you go from flat to 70 degrees in almost no time at all. And that will string them out to single file. There's some narrow sections coming up very shortly.
Slovenia will be hoping to end on a high, won't they? Had a good showing in the under-20 race of the up and downhill championships here with 2 runners finishing in the top 10. There's a good contingent from Malta. Got a couple going in this race. They've had a good number of the smaller European nations represented, haven't we, over the course of the last couple of days. Got plenty of the red vests of there as we can go back to the start. And well, I think the first race of the day, Jeff, wasn't it? We had plenty of eyes.
7 down.
Now 7 down. We had a big group that took a tumble, and since then everyone has been relatively well disciplined.
Yeah, the distances have got longer, so it's not quite as intense. But the crazy men in the under-20s were like skittles going down. They all bounced straight back up. They all finished strongly, but it was a bit scary, that opening race of the day. This is the final race of the day, and we're looking at just glimpses of them through the trees in the sunshine. There'll be some nice shady parts through there, but it is, I would say, of the bits of the course that we see, barely 10% are slippery downhill, which is where you would need the grip. The rest of it, the balance probably does favour an increased stack height and the super shoe carbon fibre and memory foam cushioning.
Well, if you've been with us for the 3 days, you'll know just the challenges that this sport has, that trying to pick out the athletes through the trees. So that is why we'll cut away shortly for an interview before we look out for the time check. The first one will be the same as what we've seen before. So 2.5 kilometres will be our first time check. Let's hear from some of the athletes going in this one.
I prefer much more on Sunday because I really like going downhills. Also, I like technical parts. So my expectation is that my paper will be better than on Friday. But anyway, I'm here to do my best, to try to give all for my team. And of course, like I told you before, to enjoy.
That will be the first intermediate checkpoint, just as they go through the battlements there. Thank you to Adrian Stott. I'm getting lots of correspondence and interaction. Adrian Stott, one of the doyens of the ultra and trail world, says that Naomi Lang is from Aberdeen, now studying in Glasgow. She's yet to find her best distance. She's not sure. She's pretty good at everything. Today's race may go well on the way to deciding what she's best at. Up and down, we will see.
Yeah, and of course took that brilliant bronze medal in the short trail at the 2025 World Championships, battling a great battle on that day with Sara Alonso. She's a really interesting athlete to listen to. There's been a lot of good short films made about what her training looks like during the week. A lot of running with head torches on through the dark, and it is really interesting to hear what she has to say about the sport. So do go and check out some of her videos as we see a little bit more of what Kamnik has to offer. One of the things I found really interesting about what Naomi Lang has to say about the sport was, of course, everyone knows the physical demands, Jeff, but she says she comes out of some races feeling like she's left an exam, the way that she's had to really focus for the hours that she's spending, of course, out on the trails, making sure she's not putting a foot wrong on some of the more treacherous paths that she's covering. And I think that was a real nice insight into the mentality of these racers and the toll it does take, not just physically, but as we've mentioned plenty of times mentally as well.
We'll have a little sweepstake as to when you think they'll come into view. It will be bottom centre between the steps there. I think they'll be through in about 11 minutes. That's just under 2 minutes from now for that first intermediate checkpoint. They'll come through here again. That's why the supporters, the fans, have taken up residence all morning. Every race has passed this way so far, and it has been a really belting day weather-wise. Looks like a few clouds just starting to form up a little bit now.
Yeah, it's a great shot, isn't it? That you can see where they'll then make their short descent down before the climbing begins once again. It's 2 laps that come through Stalingrad here at the real high point of the race, and then off onto a bigger loop where we see them weave their way through the forest, another incline, and then it is all the way downhill from around 10 kilometres back into the city for the final 3 kilometres, where we've seen plenty of athletes really make the most of that. We saw it in the men's race, didn't we? It was where Jan Toleja decided to kick, and being the descender of the quality that he is, was able to pull really far away from the rest of the pack. I wonder who will take that on, and of course, wonder who will emerge first through the forest and up the steps here at Stalingrad.
Final presentations of awards. The medal ceremonies will follow the conclusion of this final event. Race number 10 of 10 across 3 days. Fantastic hosting by the local organising committee. Kamnik has really done the athletics world proud. I'm sure they'll be regarded as a safe pair of hands for future events. They've got major stadia, and they've got road and cross-country opportunities, and they've got some of the wow factor views. Look at this. On a clear day, you can see forever.
I think they'll have lots of returning runners. There are, of course, the World Cup events that take place here in Kamnik, and then also the top-level orienteering races. As here we go, right on cue, Jeff. Just after 11 minutes, we have our leading pack of women making their way up to the first time check at 2.5 kilometres.
Imagine a race where you go upstairs.
So no surprise to see Scout Adkin right at the front of this battle, with Nelly Clement there as well, Hannah Grobe, Caroline Kite of Norway, the lone Norwegian vest that you've seen come through. Really good representation for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Naomi Lang is down in 5th, and just behind her Nancy Scott as well, with Elle Twentyman not too far away. And Great Britain and Northern Ireland having a very, very good start to this race, and have, I know, very early on in the race, but their place as things stand at the top of the team championships for the senior women, owing to packing all of their 4 athletes, but the 3 counters into the top 10.
Yeah, and it looks like the main challenges around the team contest are coming from Switzerland and France. It is early days. You can see a second or two either way will account for positions that could swing the medal places in different directions. But right now it is Great Britain, France and Switzerland going well in the team competition, 4 challenging at the front of the field for the individual podium positions. But they'll come round this way again. We've got the slippery uphill path coming, and that will be where the shoe choices could come back to haunt those that have got a high stack height and blown rubber outsole, because it's not as grippy as it might be in certain sections of the muddier trails.
So there is the top 10 with great representation for Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Spain in there as well, as Jeff pointed out. And we head back to the front of the field. Hannah Grobe fighting her way back to the front. This pack of 5, almost 6, travelling along together.
Camera operative tucks in. He should be good to the point of the fallen tree. Let's see if he can keep in the top 6 for this next couple of minutes of running. You're looking at the choices that the athletes are making. Foot placement, positioning, all of these are running. When we get further down the field, some of them will go into that pushing hands on thighs, hiking position. But it is, do you take left, do you take right? Do you risk the stones? Do you risk the mud? Do you just concentrate on your own running, or do you make sure you're within a stride of those feet in front? All of the eyes are downcast. Great camera work, great insight into the perils of trail running.
This is a tough position to be in here, isn't it, for our Spanish athlete, our lone Spanish athlete, just off the back of the leading group, and will be desperately trying to reconnect. Figueiredo Tor is the athlete who we are watching, just about to hurdle over this fallen tree, and that is so sapping, isn't it? When you think you've found your momentum, Jeff, and then at 3 kilometres you're having to hurdle over that branch. Well, let's say branch. It is a full-blown tree that's fallen down there.
It's an actual tree. It's a mature tree. 3 kilometres to go. I'm not a natural botanist, but that is a real tree, I'm sure. It says 3 kilometres to go. That's on the next lap. That's a bit cruel, isn't it? Somebody should be there to change that sign.
I think they will be around the 3K mark at this point as well. The last time check we got was 2.5 kilometres in. It will be 3.5 kilometres when we see the next time check, and then we will see the athletes again at 6K and 11.5 kilometres, and they will, particularly on that big lap, Jeff, we saw there's some of the trail, the thinner trail parts where athletes will look to make their moves. There's also the tarmac sections as well. A few tarmac sections, of course, allowed in the as they categorise these trail races and these uphill races. So there will be areas where the athletes can think about maybe in advance launching their attacks if we still have a group of 6 all riding along together at that point.
As we look back, we're almost into the second half of the field, and you can see that hill running tests many things: resolve, determination, tactics, overall conditioning, but it really does test your cardiovascular fitness, how good are your heart and lungs. And you'll see further down the field, it's almost impossible for them to run up that sort of an incline for the back markers.
Here's our leading group that is just splitting slightly. We're losing a couple off the back. I think we've gone from 5 or 6 down to 4, and it looks like just struggling to keep with the pace is Carolina Kita of Norway as they make their way through this forested section. We'll try and get as many images of our athletes as we can find for you. Scout Adkin in a good position with Nelly Clement up there as well. Hannah Grober is the yellow vest of Germany who's up there with Scout Adkin as those two lead the way. Great support out on the course today. You can understand why with the sun beating down. Was 4th place for Scout Adkin in the 2024 championships in the up and down senior race. She'll be desperate to see herself on top this time round. She took a silver in Annecy as well that year in the classic race for the senior women. And of course, a slight disappointing performance. Jeff already mentioned England, Great Britain and Northern Ireland took the team result, took the team gold medal in the uphill, but she would have had higher hopes for her own performance, considering the quality that she has on the tracks. Here is another of the best. That's our 20 minutes of Great Britain and Northern Ireland making her way through the screen as they come up this steep section. And there will be a bit of a descent after this. This is the final big climb before they go down and then begin the second smaller loop. And then it will be out to the bigger loop to conclude the 13.1 kilometres of this senior women's up and down race.
Switzerland are conspicuously going well. They had the individual silver medal in the men's equivalent race that we saw earlier on this morning. That's another Swiss vest, but that's Austria, in fact. There's a few in red, but Switzerland, I think, are packing not only 3 but 4 in a potential medal-winning position. And the gaps are such at the moment that a good patch, a bad patch, a trip and a stumble, and things could swing in a different direction. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, probably the pre-event favourites. They won the uphill race convincingly on Friday. They've got athletes that experience that, but there are challenges coming in from other nations. And the next checkpoint is going to be a really interesting update on the team scores. Very hard to spectate on such narrow trails, isn't it? You've almost got to sit yourself in a bush or on a branch to keep out of the runner's way, because if they come through in pairs, you're almost inevitably in the way, because they're very narrow forest trails. Beautiful to walk through, beautiful to race through, trickier to spectate in.
And that is why areas like this, where there's, of course, the taping to guide the athletes on the course, easier to find those spaces for spectating, and you can hear the cowbells ringing and ringing and ringing in the background. They won't let up through the entirety of this race, which we are 20 minutes into, and the pack well splintered. It's Hannah Grober and Scout Adkin who are leading the way. There was a group of around 5 or 6 that has splintered at the front, and we have now 5 who are moving along, but there's a attack that has been launched by Hannah Grober. I'm just looking at the time check now for 3.5 kilometres. Hannah Grober making her way through that point, 19 minutes 48 seconds, and just over 10-15 seconds back is Nelly Clement, and nothing between her and Scout Adkin, and then the rest of the group. So we have Hannah Grober of Germany out front, and then a following pack of 4 all working together before we get to 2 from Switzerland. And you are right to point that out, Jeff. Switzerland have good numbers in the top 10 at the moment, and their third counter just going through the 3.5 kilometre mark, not too far away, just outside of the top 10. Spain with 3 athletes all running together, and then of course you've got to keep your eyes on Great Britain and Northern Ireland as well, and maybe France if they can start to move a little bit forward as well.
I'm going to make the comparison between Scout Adkin and Lucas Erle, who ran in the senior men's race. They both had a sibling take a world title, a European title here during the course of the championships. And Lucas Erle, I thought, got involved too much too early in the senior men's race and ultimately drifted down the field. I hope the same fate doesn't befall Scout Adkin. She's seen her younger brother take a title here on day one. She's got a second chance herself to redeem the loss of an individual medal on Friday. She was involved early on. I hope she's just gone through a little bit of a bad patch that has seen her drift back, and that she can get resurgent here. But we didn't see that from Lucas Erle, whose sister won the under-20 girls title this morning.
And here is Hannah Grober, who's flying, isn't she, round these trails. She looks ever so slick and smooth, just gliding those arms, just stretching out when she needs them to add some additional balance. You can see she distributes her weight really well, doesn't she, just to keep her footing well, flying and having to throw the brakes on there quite significantly. That is the turn, Jeff, I think that we saw earlier with our camera.
Adverse camber.
Yeah, and it will have got slipperier and slipperier. Was it the men's race we were watching it on, or was it the under-20s?
Yeah.
And you know, particularly now that there's been laps around this part of the course, that it is, of course, going to cause some problems. And there we have 2 from Great Britain and Northern Ireland. That is Scout Adkin going through, along with, is that Nancy Scott who's up there as well? I think for Great Britain and Northern Ireland, finding herself in a good position. At least she was when she came through the 3.5 kilometre mark. Here come the Spanish athletes. They were running together, but they've collected 2 Swiss athletes on the way, and those running as a unit of 4.
I think the athlete just alongside Scout Adkin was Kite of Norway.
It was indeed, and just look at that. So a real change in how this race is playing out at the top of the standings. It's Nancy Scott who's made her way up to 4th, with Naomi Lang dropping way down the order. She's outside of maybe even the top 20 here. And she went through the 3.5 kilometre mark outside 21 minutes. So almost 2 minutes, well, just 90 seconds really behind the leader, Hannah Grober.
I wonder if she had a mishap out on the course, a trip or a stumble or something mechanical. But you saw from that graphic that we have some team flying here. We've got athletes running together from different nationalities, working together and maybe helping each other. This is the downslope on the W formation that the topography creates on this 2-lap course. So it is an up and a down, but within it there are individual variations on each lap. This is treacherous. If the camera pans right, you will see that section where they really struggle to stay on the path because the slope's taking them left as they run, and they want to stay as right as they can.
And in places as well, it's quite the drop-off. On what you see is the right-hand side of your screen now. It's on the left-hand side of the athletes as they're making their way down this descent. And it is very, very steep on one side. We were watching our camera op, quite precariously placed during the men's race. As here we go back to our leader, Hannah Grober of Germany, who has opened up quite the advantage here. And these are the sections, Jeff, where we saw Jan Tolea really make up ground as he launched his attacks earlier as they come down this tarmac section. There's Nelly Clement of France, and so we are waiting to see who follows her. It was Scout Agkim. We have Kite of Norway as well.
These are big gaps at the 25-minute point. It has really opened up. In a weekend of runaway winners, we could be about to have another one. The last race was the exception, where it wasn't decided until really the final descent. But this one could be all over unless the leader does something reckless. Grober has a championship to lose because at the moment she's way clear.
Yeah, what a story that would be. She's spoken... She gave a biography of herself to the German Federation, who kindly passed it on, and she said that, as we mentioned already, she's spoke about the achievements that she's proud of in terms of what she's done, the wins she's had, including the inaugural trail hunt at the IATF this year. She's claimed her second German mountain running title, but she says the thing that she's most proud of is previously she didn't make the German under-20 team as a junior. She was desperate to make those German under-20 championships, and now things have changed so much in her life since falling in love with cross-country running at the age of 16. She's now tackling these mountain-type races, and she's leading the way in the European Championships. And what a moment it would be for Germany, who haven't had the success that maybe they would have wanted on the whole. Jeff, we spoke about Lucas Erler, of course, Julia Erler coming through for the gold today. They had bronze and a gold on day one in the under-20 races, but maybe would have had more expectations, this German team. And now they have a woman well out front in these up and down championships. The next time check reminder we're looking for will be 6 kilometres, and it will be the same mark that we saw at 2.5 kilometres right at the top of the climb.
Well, I think it's really individual honours or nothing for Grober. There's not huge backup from 3 Germans behind her. They're not going to feature on the podium. It is Switzerland, Great Britain, France going well. But as you watch them come round and make that right-hand turn to ascend again, you can see how close some of those gaps are. Just needs a little bit of concentration. The team management will be working overtime, probably somewhere up on the battlements, just letting them know how the standings are. What a fine news it would be.
Ker pomeni, da imamo ful veliko navijačev, tako že zdaj naprej se dogovarja in mi res veliko pomeni. Tudi to je, da nas je res veliko, tudi cela reprezentanca, vsi se dobro poznamo, dobro vzdušje in se mi zdi, da bo res super.
Well, I'm not sure she's there. We had her down as one of the featured athletes for the home team. The athlete just been interviewed, but I'm not sure she has started this race. We'll have a look at the next intermediate split, but I don't think Slovenia have her services to call on. Oh, well, that's not true. She's there. She is some way down the field, just beyond the bottom half of the field. So There is a checkpoint coming up at 6 kilometres. Then it's a very, very big gap. It's the sort of visual only that we'll have, because the next one after that will be at 11.5 kilometres in only a 13-kilometre race. So we'll look at the gaps and project what is possible when they come through the next one at 6 kilometres.
We are patiently waiting, and this is the emptiest that I've seen.
Yeah, they've gone down to the finish.
Everyone's made their way down to the finish line, distributed across the rest of the course, and well, it's a very different sight to what we have seen all day. And I think this just how spectacular it looks, Jeff. We've seen some brilliant parts of the course, but I think this will go down as one of my favourites. And I'm sure for the athletes as well, the opportunity to race up this climb. We've seen particularly that some that are on the more confident side skipping up those steps and up to the time check. It is, I'm sure, quite the unique experience as an athlete to run up here, and be a unique experience for these senior women who have been used to seeing and hearing a fair bit of noise up here in Stálygrád, but not so much this time around, with everyone relocating to the finish line. Of course, this is the final race of the European Off-Road Running Championships, a spectacular 3 days of action we've had here in Slovenia. Kamnik has been an excellent host. Reminder, we're just 23 kilometres or so outside of the capital city, Ljubljana, and it's a real gateway to the Alps, and that's why you see so many people, of course, here making the most of it, not just here for the championships. Yesterday we saw plenty of hikers just kicking off their weekend around the trails that are well trodden in this part of the world, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of returning athletes after these championships, whether it's to come and compete in the World Cup stages here in orienteering, of course, trail running, mountain running, but I'm sure plenty will return just for a holiday and some training camps. Here comes Hanna Gruber now under the arch, and that is the first of our female athletes in this 13-kilometre, just over 13-kilometre up and down race, and she's joined by anyone? No, it's our cameraman who she's running along with here. Breaks into the hiking position to get up these stairs, hands on her knees. She knows, she will know, Jeff, surely. I say that, surely she'll know that she's got a good advantage, but maybe she won't, and particularly this bit where it is a bit more quiet now. She might not have the advantage of being able to listen behind to that next roar when the next athlete comes through.
Yeah, if you were a team manager, you wouldn't say you're safe. You would say, oh, you've got a reasonable gap, keep working, keep pressing. And that's why almost every champion has assumed there was somebody on their shoulder, and she might be the same. But that is going to be a significant gap. There, the crowd have moved round into the sunshine. You would definitely take those stone steps over boulders and tree roots. And this is second place. So Scout Adkin, Nancy Scott, correction.
Scott, yeah. She's really climbed up the order, Nancy Scott. Not the fastest start to the race, although she did come through not too far behind at 2.5 kilometres. She was in the leading group, but a really composed start to the race. There's Nelly Clement as well, and a good advantage that Hanna Gruber has over Nancy Scott of 25 seconds, and then Scott opening up the gap to Nelly Clement behind her. Of course, Clement taking the bronze medal for France in the uphill race. Scout Adkin has now come through in fourth. 33 minutes 31 seconds, so 20 seconds behind the time of the bronze medalist. And well, she's had so many near misses on this course. Scout Adkin took bronze in 2022, silver in 2024, a couple of fourth place finishes. She was fifth, wasn't she, in the uphill championships on day one. And she would have really hoped to be up there competing with Hanna Gruber, but it is the German who's taken this race on, and really it's the downhills, Jeff, where she looks super, super confident, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's got a nice clear run. She's got plenty of support. Time-wise, we're almost at the halfway point. The big difference is that the second half hour will be predominantly downhill, so she can look forward to that. Looks like she's a pretty decent downhill runner for sure.
Go on, Nancy!
Another piece broken by the sound of the cowbells. The British team there making lots of noise for Nancy Scott, who's weaving her way through the forest and is on course for a silver medal here. Let's see how far behind Nelly Clement is. It looks like the French woman's dropping back here. She's unable to match the pace, is she, Jeff, of Nancy Scott?
Yes, I mean, perhaps we're looking at the podium positions, but there are a lot of rocks, a lot of tree roots, a lot of tricky sections to negotiate for all of them. We have seen stranger things. I'm always reminded of Meb Keflezighi, the American marathon runner, was so angry that he wasn't introduced on the start line of the London 2012 Olympic Games. He wasn't one of the seeded athletes, that he went ahead and got a bronze medal, and he was powered by that disgruntlement. And I'm wondering if Nancy Scott was a bit upset that she wasn't one of those that was introduced on the start line. There were two others for Great Britain, not her. And it's like, well, I'll show you, you know, I'll give you seeded athletes in silver at the moment ahead of her more heralded teammates.
Well, we saw that, didn't we? Well, maybe not so much that side of things, but we saw Morven Goodrum with an excellent victory on day one. What a run that was. I'm sure it will go down as one of the highlights of the championships, definitely for the Great British and Northern Ireland team. Really announced herself, and it looks like things are going the same way for Nancy Scott as well, although the bridge to the leader, Hannah Grober, I'd argue maybe at this point it is definitely greatly in favour of Hannah Grober, but Nancy Scott still only, I say still only, she's 27 years old, which, Jeff, we've looked at plenty yesterday in the trail championships. It is a sport that tends to favour the older, more experienced athlete, but we do see with the up and down and particularly the uphill, those races going in favour of the youth and the energy over the experience of the trail runners that is, of course, favoured in that discipline.
I'm not seeing the heat being a particular factor here. I think they're all well hydrated on the start line, not too many in much distress. The aid stations are there if they want them, but you can see that if you pause for a second or two to take on board fluids, then you could jeopardise a place or two. There they are on the course, the last big ascent coming up, and then all the way downhill to our final finish line, race number 10 of these European Championships.
And what a championships it's been, as we see a couple of, I think, is that the
That's
under 20 winner? Yeah, it is, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's back out on the hills, can't keep him away.
I did think that there was a familiar haircut there in the winner of the under 20 up and down race.
Boy band member.
Making his way up to experience the atmosphere, and that's been one of the great things as well, isn't it? Yesterday we saw a few of the teams who had competed on Friday and maybe competing again today out for their shakeout jogs, go and support the trail runners and vice versa. It's a real community that is built on the mountains, and so good to see someone who's had so much success today. 2 gold medals in one day, that's not bad, is it? Make his way back up the hill to go and support the French team, who find themselves in a good position once again with Nelly Clement. The young French athlete finished 9th, the under 23 cross-country championships in Europe last year, and has already taken a bronze medal. Could she be on course for another? She will have challenges from behind as they begin to head out onto this second lap, and as Jeff rightly said as well, that big climb, one final big climb to come for these leading elite women, and we will be back to the front of the course very shortly after a couple of interviews.
Anna Cooper just went through for Slovenia there, riding high for the home nation.
Ma ne vem, jaz ti seveda, jaz sem tle, ki gor avto, veš, pa idem tja dol hodil, pa dam še enkrat gor hodil.
Yeah, so the up and down on Sunday, it's definitely quite quick running on through the woods, some quite little twisty turns as well, and a few tree roots to look out for, I noticed as well. Yeah. I think, hopefully just to put in another, get a good performance in, hopefully. But yeah, just have to see and hope that, Friday goes well and I recover quick enough as well for Sunday.
It's a long way between timing checkpoints. The last one, the leader, was 32:30 at 6K. The next one won't be until 11.5 kilometres, at which point they'll be well onto the downhill final run. And it feels like this segment, which we're witnessing now, is where the team medals in particular will be finalised.
Yeah, absolutely. 42 minutes, almost 43 into the race now. And like you say, Jeff, a little bit of time to go before we get our next time check. But it has been, thus far, a dominant performance for Hannah Gruber of Germany, eyeing up her first European title at 29 years old. She's tried pretty much every sport, she says, except for dancing. Doesn't like dancing, but everything else she has done and tried.
Oh, try
cycling.
dancing. Try dancing.
Try dancing. She might be dancing later on this evening if she becomes European
We've got
champion.
the boy band. We've got the boy band. Have a dance.
But she actually grew up playing soccer. I say soccer. It is written down as soccer, but it's definitely football. So I'll correct myself there. Definitely football. She has two younger brothers, very close in age to her. So grew up playing football, then fell in love with athletics, and is now leading the way in what would be the biggest win of her career. There's no doubt about that, and one that you feel particularly special if it does go her way. It's looking increasingly likely, isn't it, Jeff? But considering the fact that she's had to really fight to get a German vest, this is an opportunity at championships that's really valued by the athletes because they're running in their country's colours and not just the team colours. That if they have worked hard enough to get the sponsorship, if they're lucky enough to be in a position to have sponsorship, they'll run, of course, in their sponsor colours out on the tracks, the trail races through the year on the circuit. This is the time where they get to wear their country colours, and considering the relationship that Hannah Gruber has with that vest, how long it's taken her to fight to get into it, this would feel like a particularly special win if it comes in the yellow of Germany for her.
Well, they all know each other. Those seeded athletes that were introduced at the start, they know each other's strengths and weakness. They'll know how close they would need to be to Gruber to have any chance in the final downhill, even if that's their specialism. So she's made sure that that isn't really an option. So as long as she stays on her feet and has no mishaps through this portion of the race, the final individual gold of the day does look like it is going to Germany. And as we look at the graphic out on that large loop across the top, she may be able to enjoy the closing stages. I think all of the winners have been asked, did they enjoy it? I'm not sure too many of them have said yes, but they certainly enjoy the finishing straight.
Yeah, I think she will enjoy it as well because she states her superpower is her downhill running. That's where she sees her strength. Yeah. And of course, once she's got over this final big climb, it is all downhill into the town centre. And if things are still progressing, as we expect them to be out on the course, as we mentioned already, quite a big distance between the two time checks at 6 kilometres and 11.5. We expect that she will be out front and will be able to enjoy the run in from into home. Speaking of home for Hannah Gruber, it is in Switzerland, which is where the next championships are in 2 years' time, in 2028. She's trained to become a biology teacher out there and works in a lab as well to cover her running expenses. And it's one thing that we've mentioned over the course of the last couple of days, isn't it, Jeff? A lot of these athletes are self-funded. They've funded themselves to get here, and to walk away with a medal after that, having being an unsponsored athlete, is one of the great success stories, isn't it, of the sport?
Yeah, hill running, race walking and cross country are probably the least well-funded branches of the sport. So it's a bit Corinthian in terms of people not all being able to make their living from it. Some have to continue studying to buy a bit of time for training, do a PhD or whatever, work part-time, consult, just do whatever it takes to be able to give yourself a shot at the top. And she looks like she's giving that. The puddle in the foreground there is a bit ominous, isn't it, for anybody that did choose Stack smooth shoes approaching it.
And we are patiently waiting to see who will emerge through the forest here. We expect it to be Hannah Gruber, of course. Nancy Scott was in second for Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and Nelly Clement of France moving well in third. Scout Akin not too far behind the bronze medal position. Of course, this is a race where she has taken bronze in previous years, back in 2022, a silver in 2024, and looking to force her way back onto the podium once again.
I'm thinking something like a 66-minute finish. Hard to tell, isn't it? Because it's not linear. The progression, the underfoot terrain, the speed per kilometre varies wildly. But we're certainly into the final quarter of the race, maybe even the final 20% of the race.
Here we go, back to the live action, and that is Hannah Grober making her way through the trees. She's on the big climb here. She says, of course, as we just mentioned, that the downhill is where she really sees her strength, and so the final quarter of this race, you feel she'll be flying. Is there anyone in behind her? We can't really see anyone back there, Jeff, but it is, of course, no surprise to see Hannah Grober as our leader.
Well, the gradient, I mean, I think we'll get a runner's eye view. Yeah, look at it. It is steeper than an escalator, and it is slippery all the way up. So she has got super shoes on. There is quite a big stack height on those shoes. They'll come into their own on the downhill, but they're not the grippiest choice or the most stable choice for these little sections of the course. Look at the standing water. You can see her picking her way carefully. Thankfully, she's got a big cushion of time behind her to work with, but this is a little bit tentative before the final rush downhill, just even grabbing at the trees to keep balance and to pull up.
You can see how hard it is with those the roots. That's something that Scott Adkin was talking about, wasn't it, in the interview we've just heard there, about particularly those tree roots through this section. It can go one or two ways, can't it? Because if these tree roots are dry, Jeff, they can become really good footholds for climbing. You can use them well, but if there's any moisture on them, they'll become incredibly slippery, and then you don't want to risk putting all your weight through one of those branches.
No, those shoes have got a blown rubber outsole, so there is no grip on that. Any grip that she's getting has to be in where she positions her foot and the purchase that she gets off the branches. You can see she's treading on top of some of them, but that's a really tricky section. She'll have known about that, but she'll have made the judgment that, well, it's only 5% of the race looks like that.
And they would have brought a variety of shoes, wouldn't they, along to these championships, those that can, for the different weather conditions. We saw it in the uphill race, horrid conditions on the first day, the finish line from hell, as Jeff branded it, and then slightly better conditions for the trail race, but as soon as they got up into the main plateau, there was plenty of fog, a little bit of rain, and it is, as we're learning over the course of these 3 days, Jeff, there has been those little microclimates that the athletes are having to contend with when they get out of the main town centre and up into the hills. Things can chop and change so quickly. We can see just in the matter of the minutes we've been looking at the mountains on the opposing side to where we are now, the fog already, those clouds starting to descend.
Yes, it's life in the mountains, isn't it? It can blow through and change in the course of half an hour or so. So cloud cover coming in. I don't think the heat has been an issue. Let's look back and see, is this second place? Yes, I think it's Nancy Scott in second. And is that an athlete or a cameraman behind her?
I think it's an athlete, and it is Scott who's taking on some fuel there, and just taking on the gel. Behind her is Nelly Clement. Now we know how strong a climber Nelly Clement is based off what we saw her deliver in the uphill championships. It looks like Scott has just been reeled in maybe a bit more. I think that gap has definitely closed. Here's Adkin, who's not too far behind here, Jeff, and running, definitely in comparison to how we saw Nancy Scott taking on, of course, using the uphill opportunity to take on some fuel there. Does seem like Scout Adkin could close the gap here and could even force her way onto the podium. It would be great for Great Britain and Northern Ireland to have two on the podium, but that will all depend on, of course, how strong we see the descent of Nelly Clement, who is climbing well, but the athlete who's got the momentum behind them and is gathering ahead of steam is Scout Adkin.
And it's a big, big gap behind her, isn't it? Let's keep an eye on this for first, second and third scorers for the teams that could be on the podium. This is the section of the race where it's most fluid, and you can see why. Because if you can run here, you can gain an awful lot of advantage over those in hiking position, and it's not good underfoot either. It's amazing to think that a couple of minutes from now, they'll be opening up on a downhill section that will fly them all the way back to the finish. But the difference in pace is about as extreme as you could wish to see.
So we've had Switzerland, Norway, Spain all come through. There's another of the Swiss contingent to of good numbers inside and just outside of the top 10. Is Claudia Corral of Spain. 2 Spanish runners ahead of her as well, so they're doing well in the team race at the moment. And I think it is Spain, Jeff, who with their third counted just ahead of Switzerland. There's not much between those two as well. The battle will definitely between Switzerland and Spain, as I think you pointed out a little bit earlier on in this race, as Switzerland still with more athletes coming through. You can see Spain there as well. It is those two nations who are battling it out for the team medals here.
Here's an overtaking. It's not easy. We'll get the next intermediate or the final intermediate time at 11 Clay in the next minute or two. But look at the contrast now. Grober, who says she's got a superpower of going downhill. Let's watch and learn, because she's just able to let herself go, having been almost shuffling up the hill a few moments ago.
Oh, she's absolutely flying, isn't she, Hannah Grober? And has led, she was right there on the start line. Of course, one of the athletes who we were introduced to early on. She must have had some confidence coming into this race, you feel, and took it on from the start. She was part of a group of 6 that splintered, and then at some point turning the screw and upping the pace, and she's now well clear of the chasing, I want to say, group. They haven't fully merged, at least the last time we saw them merge together into one unit once again, but there was not much at all between Nancy Scott, Nelly Clement and Scout Adkin. And it did look like Scout Adkin was the one on a charge, trying to find her way back onto the podium. She's such a mainstay, isn't she, on podiums at European level. Bronze medal in 22, silver in 2024. Can she find it within herself to find herself on the podium once again in 2026 at these European Championships?
Well, it was a long way back to the third British scorer at the last checkpoint. Naomi Lang was struggling, so it could be that there isn't a third place backup. But look at this, the battle for second and third place, silver and bronze right here.
And I'm just got my eyes fixed on that almost tunnel of trees that they've emerged from to see where Scout Adkin comes out. But as things stand, it looks like she has cut quite a drift of the medal positions here with Nancy Scott and Nelly Clement. And it is Clement who has her eyes fixed on the back of Nancy Scott. And it'll be those two who battle it out. Could we see a sprint finish to decide the medals? It is the long descent that they're on now into the town. It would be great to watch. I'm sure neither of those, after battling through the last 10 or so kilometres, they'd hate for it to come down to a sprint finish, but for the neutral it would be an excellent watch.
It could happen. It could happen. It's they're a long way back from Gruber as we look at these pictures. She came through this section of the course absolutely flying a few minutes ago. So I hope her team management is able to say, you've got the biggest winning margin of the whole weekend, of the whole championship, because that's how it's looking.
It was only 25 seconds at the 6 kilometre mark between Hannah Grober and Nancy Scott. And I think now, Jeff, it's very much fair to say that it is 25 seconds no more, and we're looking at maybe closer to a minute, the advantage of Hannah Grober at this point.
Yeah. And when they go through this next checkpoint, which could be any minute now, they are into their final kilometre of running. 11.5 kilometres covered, 13 kilometres in total, all downhill, a lot of it tarmacked and with good support and crowds. We saw them vacate the hillside in order to make their way down to prepare a welcome. So it could be the most spectacular finish of the whole championship. Close gap there, only about 4 seconds on the visual. And it's 3 together. Is that third, fourth and fifth we're looking at there?
I think we're looking a little bit further back. I think we've seen maybe a couple. Have we seen another go through? I think maybe between 4, 6. Maybe between 4 and
5, 6
7
and 7.
there. Yeah, 5, 6 and 7 I think is probably likely as we go back towards the front of the field. And well, this looks to be that gap opening up, I think, for Nancy Scott. I think this is looking quite in favour of the British athlete in comparison to Nelly Clement. They will get a bit closer to the French woman and see just how far behind she is. Just by the visuals there, it looked like Scott was opening up a gap on the French woman, who's already got a bronze medal from these championships. And as things stand at the front of the field, it's Hannah Grober on her way to her first European Championships.
We'll cut to her very late, because the next time we see her will be when she emerges almost on the tarmac on the final run. It was a warm welcome to scooter cam there, wasn't it? We've had runner cam, we have had mountain bike cam, and that was complete with helmet and rear view mirror. Scooter cam, man.
Well, it's been great to see the technological advancements that have been helping us identify the athletes and take you on board. That runner's eye view phrase that you used earlier, Jeff, I think fitting at times for really giving us a perspective of what the athletes are contending with, particularly when it comes to the gradient, which is occasionally quite hard to judge when we're just watching a stream and a feed. Actually, today we've had some great angles that have painted the picture perfectly. We are 30 seconds away from the 60-minute mark, and Hannah Grober flying towards the 11.5 kilometre checkpoint. After that, it will be 1.5 kilometres for her to go into the town centre, but she has a commanding lead in this race, and of course is one of the stronger descenders, and she said that's her superpower, and she's used it to full effect today to open up the gap on Nancy Scott and Nelly Clement. The last time we saw, it looked like the gap was really opening up on Scout Adkin between her and Nelly Clement, despite Adkins, what looked to be like Adkins' best efforts on the climb. She looked to be closing the gap on the medal position. Since then, though, we haven't seen much evidence to see that gap has closed at the margin. It would need to, but still waiting on the athletes to arrive at the 11.5 kilometre mark, where we will have that picture painted a lot better for you at that stage.
It did always look as though the segment between 6 kilometres and 11.5 kilometres between timing mats was going to be decisive. And as you look at the gaps, a lot of those aren't going to be bridged, but we don't know who they are. We don't know who's come surging through the woods. This is the final run-in beginning down to the town centre, and I think, was that Naomi Scott in second?
I think it looked to be, because here is Nelly Clement, and that gap, it does look like it's opened, Jeff, in comparison to the last time that we saw them in the mountains when they were on the climbing section. It looks like, of course, we know Nelly Clement can climb really well, and it looks like just having the advantage of Nancy Scott and her ability to descend down the technical parts of the trails have opened the gap up on Nelly Clement. So it is Nancy Scott of Great Britain and Northern Ireland who sat in the silver medal position. She won't be able to close the gap to Hannah Grober, who is flying, and here is our leader.
There she is.
She's just looking so smooth, Jeff. It really is just a masterclass in how to make your way down the mountain and how to use these sections as well. She's pulled away at the times where she can't see, or the athletes behind her can't see her, and that gap has really opened up. And mentally, when you don't know where anyone is around you, for the chasing pack, it is so hard to then find that extra bit that they need to latch on to the athlete ahead. There is a look at the time check at this is the 11.5 kilometre mark that we've been waiting for. And it is 61 minutes 37 seconds in which Hannah Grober has gone through this time check. we will wait here until we see Nancy Scott and Nelly Clement.
Well, all of it is road and all of it's downhill, so Gruber can enjoy it. If she glances back, and I'm sure she will, there's nothing to see. There's nothing to see because it looks like it could be over a minute margin of victory here potentially. So final individual gold is heading to Germany. But here, as the positions scroll at this final timing mat, we'll know how the team medals are looking as well. And it won't be Germany.
No, it won't be Germany. I don't think it'll be Great Britain or Northern Ireland either. It's likely to be one of Spain or Switzerland. Those two have the best representation in the top 10. Here comes Nancy Scott across the time check at 11.5 kilometres. When will it show up? I think the 11.5 kilometre mark just after this position now where we see our cameras. And now comes through the Frenchwoman Nelly Clement. It's the French staff you can see on your screen. The cries of allez, 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 as we're so used to hearing. There we go now for Nancy Scott. 1 minute and 31 seconds. 91 seconds. Nancy Scott finds herself behind Hannah Grober. And now let's keep our eyes on the difference then back to Nelly Clement.
16 seconds.
Yep.
I think she's safe in silver. I think that is our podium. That will be the final podium of the day. 3 different nationalities. But let's keep watching for the team. It's 3 to score, position-wise.
Well, a tricky area when it comes to signal that 11.5 kilometre mark. As we get the timing through, we will of course let you know, particularly when we see Scout Adkin, who is the 4th place athlete as things stand, and well, she's had a series of 4th place finishes, has had those highs of finishing on the podium, a real mainstay at European Championships on the podium, but not to be this time round in 2026. 5th in the uphill and outside by a significant gap in the medals in this up and down race. Look at that for
this little bear trap here. I thought it was all tarmac. I'd forgotten our favourite adverse camber ahead section. That could catch even the best out.
And the German social media person there just having to cling onto the tree. Oh, down he goes, off he goes,
and
taking on the course himself
by the sharpest route.
It is steep there as well, isn't it, Jeff? Look at that. Look at the where the
ravine.
Trees shoot out from the side there. And well, hats off to our camera operator, who's just, I think, trying to find a better position. So when our next 2 come through, Nancy Scott and Nelly Clement, he is not at risk of dropping off the side of the cliff here. And there is that peacefulness, isn't there, in these parts of the trail,
Lovely.
as much as there is chaos elsewhere. And I'm sure the athletes don't always feel the peacefulness when they're flying down this treacherous and very technical part of the course. It is, when we're sat here waiting for the next arrival, it's quite the peaceful location. You can understand why so many every year flock to these Alps to have their time in nature, whether that be mountain biking, of course trail running, the mountain running, just hiking in the area. Here we go. This is Nancy Scott making her way through the picture now.
It's definitely on my list, Kamnik. Fantastic part of the world.
I think that gap has closed just a touch there, Jeff. I don't think
has.
that was 16 seconds. That it looks like Nelly Clement has managed to close the gap, and what she will have, the advantage that Nancy Scott doesn't have on Hannah Grober, is that Nelly Clement will be able to see the back of Nancy Scott.
Yes.
And will be able to use that. We've spoken about the ability to latch your eyes on the back number of the athlete ahead of you, and when she knows she's got that bronze medal in the bag from Friday morning, she would love to upgrade that to a silver medal, and she's not too far away from the opportunity to do that. But those 3 well away, and barring a disaster, Jeff, secure of the medals. We know who our top 3 will be, we know who our winner will be, and now just the order for 2nd and 3rd.
Well, and we also know that at the last checkpoint, Switzerland, France and Spain have all got 2 athletes through. So it will come down to the 3rd scorers. And in fact, I think Switzerland have got 3. Switzerland have now got 3 through. I haven't done the maths because their packing is quite low down. It's outside the top 6. It's like 7, 9 and 11, something like that. But there we are. 7 and 9, I can tell you the next one beyond that caption is a Swiss athlete, but is the maths going to be strong enough? Because France also closing well. It's all tarmac. We're into the city limits. Probably as commanding a victory as we've seen all weekend for Gruber.
And I think that is a big smile on her face. I think she knows the position she's in, and I think she's lapping up every part of this final kilometre as she'll twist her way into the city. It's well, this is hard on the knees and the ankles, isn't it, as you come off the trails and then onto that really hard tarmac. But she knows, the German team know, the support has been excellent from the German team. They've been supporting everyone. The flags have been flying high for Germany, but they've been making lots of noise for every athlete who has come through the picture. And this is, well, one of the victories of the weekend, you have to say, Jeff. Hannah Gruber, who came into this race having so much pride of pulling on her national colours. It's a vest she's had to work ever so hard to secure, and after securing the German title, she will be the European champion for the very first time.
And we haven't had too many close finishes. I remember that moment at the top of the hill in the under-20 women's race. But what we could have here is a very, very close finish for silver and bronze. But let's enjoy the final gold medal of Ljubljana-Kamnik 2026 going to Germany.
Just being guided around this final section towards the finish line. You don't want to take any wrong turns here. She does have such a margin of victory, over 90 seconds. Up the stairs she goes, those cruel, cruel steps that the athletes have to launch themselves up before they can take the final turn into the finishing straight. And this will be where her team are lined up. You can see those bright orangey yellow tops of Germany, the German team screaming for her as she turns around this corner. There will be a flag somewhere for her, I'm sure, someone waiting to hand over the German flag. What a victory this is for Germany on a day where the German women have really shone. There is the flag. We will have German women on the podium in both the under-20 race and the senior race, and you can see how much that means to Hannah Gruber. She didn't make the German under-20 championships as a youngster. She's had to battle for this shirt, and now for the very first time she is the European champion. She has dominated this race from start to finish, and a worthy winner of the gold medal here in Kamnik. Just look at that for a margin of victory as well. It will be over 90 seconds before we see our next athlete across the line, and that is by no doubt the biggest victory of her career. Here is the battle for the silver medal, and it is being edged by Nancy Scott, who I think just has enough here to hang on, Jeff. We've seen that gap open and close and open and close. These athletes have strengths in different places, almost going the wrong way there, Nancy Scott. Not the British athlete I think that you'd expect to see at the top of the standings for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. She will take the silver medal here. Nelly Clement will take the bronze, back-to-back bronzes for the young French athlete who's announced herself here in Kamnik. But a brilliant day for Nancy Scott, who will take the final turn. It's now a straight run for home for the athlete from Great Britain and Northern Ireland, who have had a brilliant day, a brilliant championships for the team from Great Britain and Northern Ireland, who always send a big contingent, a proud contingent, who want to dominate and want to bring home medals. There's always an expectation when you pull on a British vest of a performance, and this is a spectacular performance from Nancy Scott, who takes the silver medal here in Kamnik. And as much as she fought all the way to the end, it wasn't enough for anything more than a bronze, but it is back-to-back bronzes for Nelly Clement, who was there in the battle for the silver medal all the way until the closing stages. There is your top three in the final race of the weekend. What a spectacular weekend we have had here in Kamnik, as we will wait for the rest of the athletes to arrive into the main square here. Look how much it means, Jeff. She has had to fight so hard for her German colours, and now she has taken her first European title, and it is so special, isn't it, seeing moments like that?
Yes, it is. I mean, well deserved. I mean, she ran it the hard way from a long way out, and she was super quick on every downhill section. I had only noticed in the previous race that they go up those steps, but they are mountain runners. It's a bit late on to be taking concrete steps. But Scout Adkin, I think, will be disappointed that the British challenge for the team has ebbed away. Let's hear from the winner.
Behind on the downhill, on the first downhill, how was the race?
It went way better than I expected. I mean, I thought I had a chance to medal since Tove didn't start and Sarah didn't start. And I think the only downhiller who has ever passed me is Judith Vida, and she already raced yesterday. So I knew the downhill was my strength. And but I thought I would have to really fight on the last downhill, and not that I could already gap on the first one, and that made it easier for me because I like pacing myself. And especially on the uphill, I think 2 days ago I struggled with the really fast start. It just felt way too fast for me at the beginning. And so here I could really run my race and it went perfectly. I couldn't be happier.
Is this a dream come true?
For sure, for sure. I didn't even I dreamed of medaling, and I dreamed of a gold medal, but I never thought it would come true.
Enjoy the moment. Congratulations again.
I will. Thank you so much for the wonderful event.
Right, lovely to hear from our winner there.
5 athletes in so far, 2 for Great Britain, but I think it's a big gap back to the 3rd scorer for Great Britain in the team contest. Switzerland, look out for the red vest. They're about to start. Here they come.
It will be Switzerland locked in a battle with Spain, we expect, for the team championships. That's Céline Erbi, the first Swiss athlete across the line. Here comes another of the Spanish contingent. And it does look like it will be Spain, maybe just edging this, Jeff, if you look at the numbers here as Maria Fuentes drops to the ground, having given everything in this race. France across the line, they could still feature.
Well, the 3rd Swiss counter and the 3rd Spanish counter were within 7 seconds of each other at the last checkpoint. So let's see, that is another for Switzerland, but it's the maths, isn't it? It's the lowest cumulative total. It's not who closes their 3 first, it's who packs them higher up the standings. They don't know, the Spanish don't know. They'll all be looking for their teammates coming in and thinking, what did you get? Were you 6th? Were you 7th? I was 5th, she's 11th. Have we done it? There's the top 3. Not sure any of them will feature in the team medals. It's a lone German as we reprise the whole race and keep an eye. People of Switzerland and Spain, this is what you've reduced us to. It's Ellen Ellard's mental maths that is going to decide the gold medal here. You've made it too nail-bitingly close.
And that was my worst subject at school as well, Jeff. So I will wait for official confirmation. We don't need to wait for official confirmation.
That was quite good thinking, wasn't it, by Nancy Scott?
Yeah,
take on board the gel while she's at her slowest point on the course, while the breathing can be regulated.
Well, that's where you see the experience really come out as, and particularly the experience maybe of the teammates as well, who can advise on that sort of the tactics of the racing, is always taking on your fluid when you're on the uphill bit. Of course, these technical downhill sections, you don't want to be wasting any energy on taking on fuel, and someone who didn't waste any energy on the downhills was Hannah Grobe. Exceptional descender, that's her superpower. She loves running downhill, and she's been rewarded with her first European title. She said she dreamed of a medal. She thought maybe today, with Tove Alexandersson not racing, a couple of other big names not here either, dropping out on the morning of, that maybe it could go her way, but she still had a charge from Great Britain and Northern Ireland to see off. But maybe out of the athletes from Great Britain and Northern Ireland, one of the underdogs to do as well as she did was Nancy Scott. She took the silver medal ahead of Nelly Clement of France. Back-to-back bronzes for Nelly Clement, who couldn't quite bridge the gap to Scott.
And that team outcome, I can tell you that Ellen Ellard's remedial maths has redeemed itself, because it was a tie on 27 points each between Switzerland and Spain. But by virtue of having their final scorer in just ahead, gold will go to Switzerland, Spain take silver, and Italy take bronze. Very, very close. Well done, all of them.
Haven't quite lost the math skills just yet. Didn't need anything, did we, to figure out who was going to be the winner today. Hannah Grobe by just under 90 seconds. Nancy Scott finishing strongly to keep herself ahead of Nelly Clement. Scout Adkin just off the podium once again. And then, as we've already spoken about, a really good showing behind them for Switzerland and Spain, finishing level on the points in the team championship, with Switzerland taking the victory. Up to 26 degrees now. Look at that. Stunning. And a nice breeze there as well. This is shaping up to be a glorious afternoon in Kamnik. I hope that plenty of the athletes, I assume, won't be rushing off today. Some might have of course, a handful of other races planned over the summer that they want to get away for, want to make sure they're back home and rested for. But I'm sure there'll be plenty out enjoying the town centre and celebrating their victories, whether that be individual victories or, of course, the team wins as well. This is our first Slovenian finisher over the line as well.
They will be finishing for the next 20 or 30 minutes or so. We saw the men took quite a while. That was why there was a big gap to the women's start, because they share the same start-finish area. So, yeah, the supporters will stay out. Why not? It's a beautiful day. It's lunchtime on a Sunday. The bars are open, the cafes are open, and the athletes are still streaming in. It's been a great championship, and this is a good one to end with.
Yeah, brilliant race to end on, and you have to give a word of as well to the team behind the finish line, who have been helping all the athletes. They've been so quick to react when any of the athletes have come across the line in an understandable heap, particularly after the temperatures that we've had today. They've always been on hand with water bottles and with helping the athletes. So a real shout out to the medical staff behind the line as well, because of course without them these events cannot even get going. So they've been a brilliant support this weekend to the athletes.
Well, as we look at the contributing partners that have made it such a success, hats off to the local organising committee, with the local club in particular involved in the technicalities of laying out the course. Every aspect of this event has gone perfectly smoothly, very athlete friendly, very spectator friendly. Thank you for your accompaniment, whether it was for today or all 3 days. We're signing off now. It's Jeff Whiteman and Ellen Ellard. Thank you to our production team. Thank you, European Athletics. It's goodbye from Slovenia.
Goodbye.